go ahead and call this meeting to order. Tonight is the, November 15th City Council zoning meeting, and it's being held in accordance with applicable law governing remote meetings, with some council members participating remotely. The requirements of notice, access, and minutes are met as required by law. The public and the media are able to view this meeting on the government channel, the city's Facebook page, or on the city's YouTube page. So I'm going to start with introductions, and I'll start with everybody who's in the dais and then those who are online. Let's go ahead and start at the end.
Terry Hagler-Gray, Senior Assistant City Attorney.
Ed Driggs, District 7.
Tarek Bakari, District 6.
Larkin Eggleston, District 1.
Good evening, Julie Eisel, Mayor Pro Tem at large and presiding this evening for Mayor Lyles.
Good evening, Taiwo Joba, Manager's Office.
Greg Phipps at large.
Braxton Winston at large.
Stephanie Kelly, City Clerk.
We go ahead and have council members who are online.
Good evening, Dimple Ajmera at large.
Renee Johnson, 4.
Good evening, everyone. Matt Newton, District 5.
Good evening, Victoria Watlington, District 3.
Thanks, and how about staff? Do we have any staff online?
Lakeisha Hall with CDOT.
Okay. With that, tonight we have an invocation which will be given by Councilmember Eggleston. And as we know, our invocations are expressions and inspirations that are intended to solemnize our proceedings, and we celebrate the religious diversity of our community, including those without a religious faith, with our invocation. So following Council Eggleston's invocation, Councilmember Johnson will recite the Pledge of Allegiance for us, and I'll ask you all to stand at that point. So go ahead, Mr. Eggleston.
So, as it's Native American Heritage Month, I decided for our invocation night I would do a Native American prayer. Earth, teach me stillness as the grasses are stilled with light. Earth, teach me suffering as old stones suffer with memory. Earth, teach me humility as blossoms are humble with beginning. Earth, teach me caring as the mother who secures her young. Earth, teach me courage as the tree which stands all alone. Earth, teach me limitation as the ant which crawls on the ground. Earth, teach me freedom as the eagle which soars in the sky. Earth, teach me resignation as the leaves which die in the fall. Earth, teach me regeneration as the seed which rises in the spring. Earth, teach me to forget myself as melted snow forgets its life. Earth, teach me to remember kindness as dry fields weep with rain.
Thank you, Mr. Eggleston. Ms. Johnson, if you'd like to start us off.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. With that, we'll get right into our zoning decisions and hearings, but I'll start by just explaining the process. And our zoning process begins with applications submitted to the planning staff for review. We have 2 cases on the agenda, decisions and then hearings. And our decisions on cases for which a public hearing was previously held, and then there's no further public comment. Hearings, anyone that's wishing to speak is asked to see the city clerk if you're here in person before the start of the hearing. Staff presentation has no time limit, and then the petitioner will have, and all those that are in favor will collectively have 3 minutes to present their case, unless there are opponents who are signed up to speak, in which case, if there is opposition, if the staff is in opposition, the petitioner gets 10 minutes, and the opponent gets 10 minutes combined, and the petitioner will then get a 2-minute rebuttal. If no one is opposed or signed up to speak, staff provides a short presentation, and then the public hearing is closed and the next public hearing is opened. The petition goes to the zoning committee of the Planning Commission for review and recommendation, and then we have a 10 p.m. recess, at which point the council may recess long zoning meetings at 10 p.m. and reconvene those at a later date. Do we have our zoning committee online tonight? Oh. I'm sorry, Kiba, I didn't see you back there. I want you to introduce yourself, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of public. I am Kiba Samuel, Chair of the Zoning Committee of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Planning Commission. The Zoning Committee will meet on Wednesday, December 1st at 5:30 p.m. Again, that is Wednesday, December 1st at 5:30 p.m. to deliberate and make recommendations on the petitions being heard tonight. That meeting is not a continuation of tonight's public hearing. There will be no opportunity for public input unless and until a committee member has a question or inquiry that can best be addressed by a member of the public. Joining us via Facebook or the city's YouTube page or government channel are my fellow zoning committee members, Andrew Blumenthal, Astrid Chirinos, John Hamm, Courtney Rhodes, Sam Spencer, and Douglas Welton. Again, my name is Kiba Samuel. I serve as Chair of the Zoning Committee and Chair of the Planning Commission, and I will be with you throughout the entirety of the evening should you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Samuels, and thank you to the planning commissioners who are also online. And I'd also like to highlight the fact that we have two of our county commissioners here tonight. Welcome to Commissioner Powell and Commissioner Elaine Powell and Commissioner Susan Rodriguez McDowell. So thank you all for being here. And with that, we're going to go ahead and have a motion to on all of our deferrals and this evening. So we've got on our decisions, we've got item number 3, which is petition number 2019-179. Ronald Staley Jr. Verde Homes LLC, approximately 1 acre located near the southeast intersection of Parkwood Avenue and Hawthorne Lane in the Plaza Midwood Community, District 1. That has been deferred to December 20th. Item number 4, 2020-38, Clover Group, Inc., approximately 9.96 acres, located on the east side of Steel Creek Road and south of Irwin Road, and Councilmember Watlington's District 3. That's also been deferred. All of these have been deferred till December 20th. Item 5, 2020-181 is Albemarle Property Investors LLC, approximately 11.24 acres, located at the northwest intersection of Rocky River Church Road and Albemarle Road in unincorporated Mecklenburg County. The ETJ is closest to District 5, Mr. Newton's district. Item number 6 is 2021-033, which is Charlotte Pipe and Foundry, approximately 55 acres, located along the north and south side of John Belk Freeway, east of Interstate 77 and northwest of South Mint Street. That is in 2 districts, District 2 and 3, Councilmember Graham and Watlington's districts. Item 7 is Providence Group Capital LLC, approximately, 2021-103. And that's approximately 2.25 acres located on the north side of Blair Hill Road, south of Clanton Road, and west of South Tryon Street in District 3, Councilmember Watlington's district. Those are the decisions, and then we have 2 hearings that have deferred. Item number 20, Ascent Real Estate Capital LLC, approximately 1.89 acres located along East 36th Street between North Alexander Street and North McDowell Street in the NODA community. That's District 1, Mr. Eggleston's, and I'm sorry that item is 2021-096. And then the last one is a hearing, item 21, 2021-014, Whitestone Holdings, Inc., approximately 0.23 acres located on the east side of Grandin Road between 4th Street and 4th Street Extension, Council District 2, Mr. Graham's district. And again, all of those have been deferred to December 20th.
Motion to approve all deferrals.
And I will have to, I guess, do these all individually, which if the clerk can have a sheet for me so that I can record all of these. But I'll go ahead and just write this down. So Councilmember Eggleston?
Yes.
Councilmember Watlington?
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Driggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Bakari?
Yes.
Councilmember Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Councilmember Ajmira?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
I got Ms. Watlington. Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Okay, that's unanimous. So those will all be deferred till December 20th. And Dave, there was an additional one that got deferred. Did I include that? Was that item 20?
Oh, that was 21.
21, okay. And then we have one item that changed after the zoning committee vote, and that's item number 8, which is a petition 2020-112 by BRI 1882 Innovation Park Development, petition to redevelop a portion of the Innovation Park site into a multi-use development containing 575 multifamily dwelling units and 660,000 square feet of non-residential uses. The following changes were made after the zoning committee's recommendation, which was a revision to the development standards to reflect the commitment to provide a 12-foot wide multi-use path on New Public Road D. Staff believes that this change is minor and does not warrant additional review by the zoning committee.
Motion to not send back?
Second.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so that's unanimous. Okay, so now we will move on to
The decision.
oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, but I'll have that in there with the rest of the decisions then. Okay. But before we do that, I have a proclamation, which is item number 2 on our agenda. And this is in recognition of National Apprenticeship Week. Whereas National Apprenticeship Week is celebrating its 7th anniversary of raising awareness of the vital role registered apprenticeships provide in creating opportunities by allowing apprentices to earn while they learn and preparing a pathway to well-paying careers in Charlotte and across the nation. And whereas registered apprenticeship programs enable employers to develop and train their future workforce while offering career seekers affordable paths to secure high-paying jobs. And whereas Charlotte recognizes the role of registered apprenticeship in expanding opportunities in our workforce that are inclusive of individuals who have been historically underserved, marginalized, and adversely affected by persistent poverty and inequality, thus providing a path for all qualified individuals, including women, youth, people of color, rural communities, justice-involved individuals, and individuals with disabilities to become apprentices and contribute to America's industries. And whereas Charlotte recognizes that registered apprenticeship, a proven and industry-driven training model, provides a critical talent pipeline that can train and build up our workforce to address our nation's pressing issues, such as responding to climate change, modernizing our cybersecurity response, addressing public health issues, and rebuilding our country's infrastructure. Now there I, Alexander Lyles, Mayor of Charlotte, do hereby declare November 15th through the 21st, 2021 is National Apprenticeship Week in Charlotte and commend its observance to all citizens. Madam Clerk, do we have someone who is going to receive this evening?
I'm not aware of anyone in attendance.
Thank you. Okay. Thanks, Ty. With that, we'll go ahead and go into our decisions. As we mentioned, the first items number 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 have been deferred, so we're going to start with item number 8, which is petition 2020-112 by BRI 1882 Innovation Park Development, LLC, approximately 57.2 acres on the east side of IBM Drive, south of West W.T. Harris Boulevard, and west of Interstate 85 Highway, and that's Council District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. It's currently zoned RE2, which is research, and the proposed zoning is RE3, research optional with 5-year vested rights. And the zoning committee voted to approve 5-1 approval of this petition, and staff also recommends approval of the petition. May I have a motion to, excuse me just a second. May I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and the screen as the council's own, and approve the petition or deny the petition?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, Mr. Driggs?
Aye.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Thank you. Agenda item number 9 is petition 2021-060 by SRL Central Avenue Properties, LLC. Approximately 2.56 acres located at the northeast corner of the intersection of Central Avenue and Morningside Drive in the Plaza Midwood community. Council District 1, Mr. Eggleston's district, currently zoned B1, B2, which is neighborhood business, general business. Proposed zoning is MUD O, which is mixed-use development optional. The zoning committee voted 6-0 to approve this petition, and staff recommends approval of the petition. May I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agenda and the screen as the council's own, and approve or deny the petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
Second.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Thank you. Item number 10 is petition 2021-062 by Childress Klein Properties and Dominion Realty Partners, approximately 24.4 acres, located southeast of West Tyvola Road and northeast of Billy Graham Parkway, west of Interstate 77. This is Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. It's currently zoned I1 CD, light industrial conditional. The proposed zoning is UR2 CD, urban residential conditional. The zoning committee voted 7-0 to recommend approval of this petition. Staff does not recommend approval of this petition. May I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agenda and the screen as the council's own, and approve or deny the petition?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Okay. That passes. Item number 11 is petition 2021-082 by Kinger Homes, LLC, approximately 0.39 acres located on the east side of Craig Avenue, west of Monroe Road, and north of North Sharon-Amity Road. In District 5, Mr. Eggleston's district, no, I'm sorry, Mr. Newton's district. It's currently zoned R3, single-family residential, and proposed zoning is UR1 CD, urban residential conditional. The zoning committee voted 6-0 to recommend approval of the petition, and staff recommends approval of the petition. May I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agenda and the screen as the council's own, and approve or deny the petition?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Thank you. Item 12 is petition number 2021-090 by APM Mallard Creek LLC, approximately 4.18 acres, located on the west side of Mallard Creek Road, northeast of West W.T. Harris Boulevard, and west of Interstate 85 in Council District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. Currently zoned R3, single-family residential. Proposed zoning is R8 multifamily residential conditional. The zoning committee voted 6-0 to approve this petition, and staff recommends approval. May I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and the screen as the council's own, and approve or deny the petition?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Thank you. Item 13 is a petition 2021-094 by Icon Custom Masonry, Inc., approximately 1.88 acres located on the north side of Wisteria Drive, east of South Boulevard, and south of Archdale Drive in District 6, Mr. Bakari's district. Currently zoned R22 multifamily residential, and the proposed zoning is UR2 urban residential conditional. The zoning committee voted 6-0 to approve the petition, and staff also recommends approval. May I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agenda and the screen and as the council's own, and approve or deny the petition?
Move to adopt and approve.
Second.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Thank you. Item number 14 is zoning petition 2021-098 by Range Water Real Estate, approximately 3.49 acres located at the intersection of Nations Crossing Road and West Exmoor Street, north of Woodlawn Road, in District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. Currently, it's zoned I2, which is general industrial. Proposed zoning is TOD CC, Transit Oriented Development Community Center. Zoning committee voted 6-0 to approve the petition, and the staff also recommends approval of the petition. May I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agenda and the screen as the council's own, and approve or deny the petition?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Okay, we have a lot of decisions here tonight. The next one is 2021-099 by Duckworth Property Management, approximately 0.46 acres located on the east side of Statesville Road, south of Cindy Lane, and north of Interstate 85, Ms. Johnson's district, District 4. Currently zoned B2, which is general business conditional. Proposed zoning is B2, general business. The zoning committee voted 6-0 to recommend approval of this petition, and staff recommends approval of the petition. May I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agenda and the screen as the council's own, and approve or deny the petition?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Thank you. Item number 16 is petition number 2021-104 by Beechwood Organization, approximately 0.69 acres located at the northeast intersection of Providence Road and Ferncliff Road, west of Randolph Road in District 6, Mr. Bakari's district. It's currently zoned R3, single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is UR2, urban residential conditional. The zoning committee voted 6-0 to recommend approval of the petition, and the staff recommends approval of the petition. May I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agenda and the screen as the council's own, and approve or deny the petition?
Move to adopt and approve.
Second.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Hashmira?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mrs. Watlington?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Okay, number 17 is petition number 2021-105 by Carolina Capital Real Estate Partners, approximately 4.44 acres located on the north side of Roundtree Road, south side of Schultz Road, west of Old Pineville Road in District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. Currently it's zoned I-2 industrial, and the proposed zoning is TOD-CC, which is Transit-Oriented Development Commercial Center. The zoning committee voted 6-0 to approve the petition, and the staff recommends approval of this petition. May I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agenda and the screen as the council's own, and approve or deny the petition?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
I'm just trying to keep you all on your toes. It's not me. Thank you. Number 18 is zoning petition 2021-138 by the City of Charlotte. Approximately 2.6 acres located on the south side of Providence Road West, northeast of Marvin Road, and west of Johnston Road in District 7, Mr. Driggs' district. It's currently zoned R3, single-family residential. The proposed zoning is R22, multifamily residential. The zoning committee voted 6-0 to recommend approval of the petition, and the staff also recommends approval of this petition. So may I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agenda and the screen as the council's own, and approve or deny the petition?
So I can't second this one because I'm going to make the motion.
Second.
Second?
You have to make the motion.
You have to make the motion
I am
first.
making the motion.
Second.
Then second?
All right. Madam Mayor Pro Tem, can I comment on this one
Sure.
briefly? As you may remember, colleagues, this is a city-owned piece of land, and we are rezoning it for a higher density with the intention of putting out an RFP for affordable housing development there. Last month, I asked that we defer the decision on this so that we could schedule a meeting with residents just to inform them about what was going on. It wasn't a mandatory community meeting because it's a conventional rezoning. And I just want to note that the staff did, in fact, send out a notice at that meeting, and they were there, and there was hardly any attendance. I think one person came. But I appreciate that the staff did that and that we were able to offer that opportunity to residents to learn about this. And we will be reaching out to residents again as the RFP responses come in and we have a better idea of what's going to happen at that location. So with that, I'll vote yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Driggs. So you are a yes? Oh, did I, I'm sorry. May I have a, okay, I did that.
Yeah.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Thank you. The next item is 2021-163 by BP Metropolitan NC LLC, approximately 3.23 acres located on the east and west side of East 7th Street, north of College Street, and south of North Tryon Street. That's District 1, Mr. Eggleston's district. It's currently zoned UMUD, Uptown Mixed Use, and UMUD O, Mixed Use Optional. The proposed zoning is Uptown Mixed Use Optional Site Plan Amendment and Uptown Mixed Use Optional. The zoning committee voted 6-0 to recommend approval of this petition, and staff recommends approval of this petition. So may I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and on the screen, and as the council's own, and approve or deny the petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Thank you.
That speed was incredible,
Is
everyone.
that too fast?
Except for Mr. Driggs. I think that was amazing.
He threw me off a little bit with that.
I appreciate that.
If I'm
Remember
talking
that
too
mic is
fast,
live.
please let me know.
Hot mics.
I've been accused of that before. Okay, we are moving on to our public hearings for the evening. Our first two items, 20 and 21, have been deferred. So we will move right to item number 22, which is petition 2021-019 by Fifth Third Bank. It's approximately .976 acres located on the north side of Woodlawn Road, east of Tryon Street and west of South Boulevard. That's Council District 3, this Watlington's district, and it's currently zoned TODCC, which is Transit Oriented Development Community Center, and the proposed zoning is for Transit Oriented Development Transitional, conditional. And staff does not recommend approval of this petition. And so we have, hang on just a second, because of that, we don't have anyone in opposition, but because staff does not recommend approval, the petitioner will have 10 minutes after Mr. Pettin's staff presentation.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Our first petition this evening is 2021-019, as mentioned, just under an acre on Woodlawn Road at the intersection of Woodlawn and South Boulevard. Currently zoned TODCC, proposed zoning is TODTR. There are some conditions that are being proposed with that TR request. The Woodlawn Transit Station Area Plan does recommend transit-oriented mixed use for the subject parcel, which would be consistent with TOD zoning districts. The proposal is for a 2,530 square foot financial institution with 2 drive-through facilities. Would allow all uses by right and under prescribed conditions in the TOD-TR district. It does state that accessory drive-through use shall only be permitted in association with a financial institution, so no other drive-through accessories would be permitted with other uses that could be put on site under that zoning district. Does provide a public art component using local artists in the area, generally depicted on the plan. Also proposes currently some bus stop enhancements that would be along bus route 12 to be coordinated with CATS in the Madison Park community. Those have been some ongoing discussions that I'll let the petitioner speak to as they go through their presentation about that coordination with CATS. Also illustrates a cross-section from the transit station area plan as it pertains to some improvements along the frontage on Woodlawn Road. As mentioned, staff does not recommend approval of this petition while it is consistent with that Woodlawn Transit Station Area Plan. The alignment rezoning that we did under 2019-102 brought this property into alignment with the TODCC zoning district. That's one of our more intensive TOD districts, and so just generally staff was not in support of taking that down to a lower TOD zoning district with less intensity, and really didn't meet the general intended outcome of that transit station area plan. So we, again, did not want to go backwards from that TODCC district to the TR district. And so with that, we'll be happy to take questions following the petitioner's presentation. They still are doing it from the
Okay, and we have Mr. Colin Brown, who is speaking.
Just pretend you're virtual.
In favor of the petition. Mr. Brown, are you, I guess you're speaking for everyone, all 4 speakers?
Ms. Leonard may have some comments.
Sorry?
We may have one additional speaker joining.
Is that Deanne Leonard or?
Deanne Leonard joining
Santa
virtually.
Cruz?
Sorry?
Is Asa Santa Cruz here?
She's here if she is available online if there are questions.
Okay.
Ms. Leonard is going to join virtually as well.
Okay, thank you. So go ahead, you have 10 minutes.
Great. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Colin Brown on behalf of the petitioner. Fifth Third, this is not your first time seeing this petition. This came to you in the spring, received a pretty icy reception. So I hope you'll just hear us out tonight. I don't expect differently, but wanted to tell you about this, kind of how we got here. It was a conventional petition last time, so we could not answer and address some issues. But here's the property location, as Dave mentioned. It is in District 3 at the intersection of South and Woodlawn, so it's in Miss Watlington's district, but the district line is right there, so it's also serving constituents from District 1 and District 6 on the south side of Woodlawn. The reason we're here, it's not that we're dense and just beating our head against the wall. Fifth Third is committed to this site. They control it. They made a long-term lease commitment to this site prior to its zoning. So Fifth Third, as you know, is entering the market. They've had a very robust entry. They're working very hard with the community to build relationships, and they selected its site because it's a great location. There is a bank with a drive-through almost next door, and so they signed a long-term lease on the property. Then, as you know, we did the TOD realignment. So this is one of the 1,900 properties that was rezoned. Next slide. And so here it is. Today it is the Dragon House, the vacant Dragon. Next slide, please. It'll be a beautiful vacant Dragon House Chinese food restaurant. So Fifth Third is committed. They are going to do a bank at this location. They made that lease commitment based on the prior zoning, which would allow a bank with a drive-through window. However, the current zoning, the TODCC, next slide, as Dave mentioned, it is one of the more intensive TOD districts. So it would allow heavier development, more dense development. It does not allow drive-throughs. So that is the position that Fifth Third finds themselves in. They, in the spring, proposed a conventional zoning. Next slide. So they looked at the TOD options, and there is a TOD-TR, which is your transitional TOD that allows drive-throughs. So they proposed that as a straight-up conventional rezoning. Well, in addition to that, it allows all the other things in TOD-TR, like fast food drive-throughs, that staff does not want to see there. So again, that met with a pretty icy reception. So we decided to, what can we do? I talked to a few of you, Mayor Pro Tem, I know you looked at this and said, you know, it makes sense some places, but there's just not enough community benefit at this location. So the Fifth Third team has spent really the last 6 months. Staff has said, okay, we would accept a conditional zoning on this. So, you know, show what you're able to do. So now we're back to you with the conditional plan. Next slide. And what you see, this is not a lot different from what Fifth Third planned, but they couldn't show you this. So there in the center, you can see the bank location. It is pulled to the street. It is meeting all of the TOD design standards that we would expect. There is that back to the left, to the rear there, you can see it is a detached drive-up service location. And then kind of the the lower right, you can see a gray pad there. That's actually a good bit of the site that's left over. And as we started talking about community benefits, we talked about some positive things that could be done there. So next slide. So here we are. From what you saw in the spring, it was just a blank slate, a TOD-TR. Anything could have been done there. A lot of things that we know we don't want to see at the corner. So what we've tried to do with this plan is rule out the things we don't want. So we are committing that this would be a financial institution. That is the only thing that could be used for the drive-through. So we're not getting, you know, these high volume fast food drive-throughs. And then what we're doing is we're trying to go out and find a community benefit that is really providing a community benefit. So I'll show you some slides in a moment. Fifth Third is committed to making that open space in the lower right there really positive with some public art and amenity area. Trying to go a little bit further than that. Next slide. So here is the look of the building. You can see this is designed for the front. Again, meets our TOD standards for design, pulls the building to the street. You do not see parking. You do see in this visual, if you look on the left there, that is the drive-through component, separated, set back from the street so it's not dominating the site. Next slide. Continue to work on design. So even though this does have a drive-through component, these financial institution drive-throughs are not drawing the massive crowds with the long lines that are disrupting traffic, and we don't think it ruins the flow and the transit or otherwise transit-oriented design of the building. There's another look. Next slide. This is showing the kind of open area to the side, and so we thought, how do we embrace this? How do we make this more welcoming for the public? Next slide. So we have some commitments for enhancing that area, adding some public art, and then we've taken a step further. Fifth Third has reached out to the community. The very active organization in that area is the Madison Park Community Organization. We've engaged with them. Actually, some of the Madison Park leadership, we said, well, what if we do some great signals on this site? They pushed us a step further. We happen to have a member of the community who's on the zoning committee and pretty savvy about these things, and he said, hey, if you're doing a transit-oriented zoning and you really want it to be, what can you add for transit? And so his challenge for us, next slide, was looking up and down, next slide, the corridor there. There are a lot of bus stops, and they're basically a sign stuck in the ground. So his challenge was, could you guys go out with CATS? Could you find some ways to really provide some community benefit that is supporting transit, kind of offsetting the potential impact of this drive-through window? So we've been working on CATS with that. As you can imagine, it's kind of challenging finding locations where we can get benches, where we can get shelters. So we're having an ongoing conversation with CATS to get some feedback that we hope we can bring back by the time we see you next and say, this is our commitment. We're having different conversations. The community is coming up with different ideas. So all that to kind of bring us to where we are. Next slide. So here's the choice, and I'm not trying to be, a jerk about it, but you're in a situation where we've got a new bank that is committed to the site. They've leased the site, so they're building a bank branch here. And here are options. So on the left, we have the bank branch, same design. It does not have the detached drive-through as you see. So if this zoning is not approved, that's what they'll build. They're committed. It's got to be built. It'll meet the TOD standards. What we'd like is to propose some community benefits to offset. So the condition on the right is what we're proposing with this zoning. The difference is you can see the little canopy for the detached drive-through to the rear of the site. So that's what we're asking for. We think that we've got some good community benefits to offset that, something that will really be appreciated by the community. And with our last couple minutes, I'm going to turn it over to Deanne Leonard to talk about the need for the drive-through. I don't think this is something that is changing the character of the area. Either way, there will be a detached bank branch in this location. However, there is a real need for this service, and I'm going to let Deanne speak to that. Deanne, if you're there.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me. I am Deanne Leonard. I am the real estate manager that was hired specifically because I sit here locally in Charlotte. So I was brought in to continue forward with this thoughtful expansion into our Charlotte market. As many of you have been involved in, we are searching for at least 20 branches to open. Many of those you have seen already pop up in the area with a similar look to what you see on the screen here. The purpose is for us to bring customer-focused attention and bring it back to personal banking. As we were getting started into this, we're all very aware of the COVID pandemic, and what it did is it brought a few issues to the forefront for us. During that time, we actually became appointment only for 2 months. What we found during that time is that there was a 50 to 70% reduction in account openings. We also noticed that with that, everyone started shifting to a drive-through. Customers were able to continue to access their cash. They could even make their deposits, their weekly deposits as needed. And what many of you may not realize is that you can even open an account from a drive-through. Since then, and the reopening, we've continued to hear from our customers, and some customers still have a large concern with coming back into a bank, and they're very much focused on staying with the continued banking through a drive-through. They feel more protection, and they're just more comfortable with that form of separation at this time. Taking COVID out of it, there are a couple of groups of individuals that you may not consider if you're not living in that world each and every day, but individuals that have disabilities, the use of a drive-through is extremely important to them. Customers with young children, or even if you have multiple children, I can tell you I have a 4-year-old. On certain days, I am certainly not going to battle him trying to get out of the car to take care of whatever I may need. And when I can utilize a drive-through, life can be a little easier on those days. As it relates to underserved banking areas, and we do view this as an underserved banking area, when we go back and we look at our portfolio, we see that in these areas, we have the highest number of transactions. And what that means is that when we talk about these transactions, a lot of these transactions are actually coming through the drive-through. We see 50 to 60%
Thank you very much. I'm sorry. Time is up. That's the end of the 10 minutes. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and go to our council for comments. Who's got a question? Mr. Driggs?
Just a quick question for the staff. I appreciate your enforcement of our zoning regulations. In this case, absent the letter of our zoning ordinance, is there a public interest reason why this drive-through would actually create something that's adverse to our intentions? Do you see what I mean? I mean, there's the letter of our rule, and then we look at this, we try to make a public interest decision, and in your opinion, would it be harmful to have that drive-through there?
I think what our general review of this and overview of this is that going down to the TR district, that becomes one of the more auto-oriented TOD districts that we have, and I think the goal for this area is to try to steer more in the other direction to become less auto-dependent with the uses that get established in that district. So with that said, I think what the challenge for us is if we do a TR for a drive-through in the CC district and go backwards from that, do we continue to do that in other places? Do we review these on a case-by-case kind of basis? This is not an uncommon challenge that we're dealing with as a staff right now, where we've got understanding the needs of what some of that market pressure is for additional drive-through locations, but also trying to continue to facilitate the goals that we have as a city with, less auto dependency, more pedestrian-oriented type uses, particularly in those TOD districts. So I think that's where we kind of have a bit of a challenge, because we don't want to continue to see that, degradation of those TOD districts to some of the more auto-oriented ones. But we certainly recognize we have a challenge to continue to address with the need for drive-through facilities for some of these locations.
And we have a shorter-term COVID problem, and then this branch is going to be there for a long time. So, we really need to think also over the entire term.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you. Ms. Ajmera?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. This question is for Mr. Colin Brown. So if you go back to this, okay, no, keep it on this slide where we have by right versus the conditional zoning. It looks the same except the drive-throughs. So would open space, the public art option, and the transit improvement, would that all still be part of by right development? Or that would only be incorporated with this conditional rezoning?
That was the purpose of the conditional zoning, so that we could make those offers and make them part of the rezoning. I don't think it's, if they build the standalone, that they're going to do a poor job on the open space, right? But I do think if approved, part of the rezoning would be amenitizing that and then providing this additional community benefit, whether it be this coordination with CATS or something else that we're currently discussing.
Got it. From the drawing, it looks the same to me, but I'm sure we can see the public art and the improvement to the transit stop. I think in this case, we got to balance the market demand with the transit-oriented use. And that's not an easy ask here, because we have the goals for the transit-oriented development, but at the same time, we are trying to balance it with where the market is going. And I see there is more demand that's coming in for drive-throughs. As a new mother, I can relate to what one of the speakers said about using drive-throughs, because you don't want to expose little kids under 5 years old to COVID. And there are times I've used more drive-throughs than ever before. So I can relate to that, and I see there's a shifting demand. So I'm struggling with this one, but I certainly appreciate the incentives here, which is open space, the public art, improving the transit stop. And we also have to keep in mind that we are reviewing this rezoning petitions on a case-by-case basis. So just because we approve this, we don't have to necessarily approve others. So I'm open to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bakari?
Thanks. Yeah, I just think, again, in the fintech and banking space where I exist every day, I probably would have had a very different position on this petition 2 years ago. And because the trend and everything that was happening was shuttering branches, online capabilities, and less drive-through, less branch at all. And we just saw something so unique through the COVID period that it wasn't just kind of a walking back of that in general. It had a disproportionate impact on those that are underbanked and unbanked, particularly, of which we've heard, and that part of town is there. So if you've been around Woodlawn, if you've gone to the restaurants and things that are in this general area right there, this is the kind of part of town that is underbanked and unbanked to an extent. And if they don't have an option that's open to them, no matter what the future has in store from it, from a COVID perspective or beyond, they're going to go to check cashing locations, which there's one right down the street from this there. Those are where unbanked and underbanked folks go. And if, again, none of us know what the trend is going to be long-term post-COVID, but I think a lot of us had our eyes open that we need to be prepared for uses like this because it's the least of those that get hurt the most without having them. So I think in general, I think this is a theme that in banking is not going to have the high volume, as is said, with drive-throughs for restaurants and things like that, but it has a very different value proposition in having that capability. And, you know, my hope is that, and with our partners from the county here, I think this is a really viable connection point between our bodies, which is, you know, what's the long-term play here? What ultimately is the county going to start laying out the guidance of this is what we're seeing the new normal being in certain peak points when, you know, we're going to bring back mandates, we're going to do certain things, and as things close down, I mean, it would be helpful for us to have that kind of insight from the medical folks long term as we're thinking about land use decisions as they touch those really realistic bases for us.
Thank you. Mr. Winston?
So I'm going to try this one again. Last time this came up, I got scolded by one of my colleagues that I was too mean to this new partner that's coming into our community, which I encourage. And I tried to say it last time. This has nothing to do with the landholder here. This is really, and I beg my colleagues to really look at this policy. I know we have expertise in fintech and all this, but I think I'm the only person that has any experience in a dense urban environment that has transit-oriented development, has lived amongst it. Some of the philosophy that I've hearing here to hear that I think to go against staff's non-supporting of this proposal is that one, the unbanked and the underbanked folks saying that replacing dense transit-oriented development to give an auto-centric approach, auto-centric solution, it doesn't equate. You know, you're supposed to create infrastructure that removes the need for a car. That is how families can save $4,000 a year right there. And so if you start to use infrastructure, build infrastructure that supports that type of housing over time, you know, that is how you actually better serve that population. So by having a drive-through, you're not better serving this population. I appreciate, like I said, this new company that has this bank Fifth Third has entered our market, but it does seem like we are going to play a friendly game of chicken here. They said they have this property, they're going to have this property for a long time. We have this policy, we can butt up against it, or see who blinks first. It seems like there's some of us that are going to blink. If we do that, we're going to, I want you guys to hear what staff said. You're going to degrade the policy over time. I think this will have been the second TOD conditional zoning that would have been a condition to put a drive-through through. I think this is probably the second one that Mr. Brown worked on. And I've known Mr. Brown for a long time. You start to get an expertise on how you can use conditional rezonings to get away from the intent of the policy in the first place. This was what we were trying to solve for. So yeah, we can deal with this on a case-by-case basis, but you do 2 a year, then you do 4 a year, then you do 6 a year, then you do 20 a year. If you look at the zonings that are all around, you have across the street one of those strip malls that is not optimized use under the TOD zoning, and other types of strip mall kind of auto-centric type development that was characteristic of where we were going. On top of that, across the street, you see residential zonings. That is what you want. You want that transit-oriented development to take hold over time, so folks that exist in that residential will do things like walk to the train station. And on the way to walking to the train station, they might stop at the bank. They might get a cup of coffee or bacon, egg, and cheese at the store on the way. And so if you don't let these land use policies take hold over time, you will degrade it and you will never get to the intent of the policy. And you will create holes and one-offs here and there that, again, degrade the intent of this policy. So I hear what the petitioner is saying and what Mr. Brown is saying. I think there's a reason why we drew up these TOD policies in the fashion that didn't allow for these drive-throughs and these other auto-centric infrastructures and developments. I would really beg my colleagues to really consider that in the decisions that we make here specific to this one. I don't think it meets the muster of the requested condition. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Eggleston?
Thank you. One thing for Ms. Leonard, and if this is something you know and can answer now, great. If not, I'd be interested to know if you have this data. But anecdotally, I had heard from folks in the banking industry that during COVID, much of the business had moved to, as Mr. McCarr referenced, online banking more so than walk-up or drive-up banking. And so do you have any statistics about how much of your banking traffic, increased through drive-ups or walk-ups versus online or app-based banking over the course of COVID?
I don't have that specific information for you, but I'll be happy to get it for you if we have it in our database. What we did see is definitely the shift from anyone feeling comfortable coming in to a facility versus wanting to go out and stay remote within their car.
Yeah, no doubt at all that there's the traffic in the branch itself would have decreased. I guess I'm just curious if y'all have data about where that traffic went percentage-wise from online to in-person but outside of the bank. But I can get that from you later and appreciate the follow-up on that. I guess to the point of maximizing our TOD zoning, I agree with the idea of high-density development and have continuously supported high-density development along the transit line. In this case, I think we need to, as it was pointed out to us, consider what the two potential outcomes here, and they're both the same density. It's simply a matter of whether or not we're going to have drive-up access for customers because they own it and they're going to build the bank either way. Then we're not choosing between this proposal and something that would be much more high density, which some of us might prefer to see with this proximity to the light rail. So the density is what the density is going to be, regardless of whether we approve this or not. We're simply making a binary decision between whether or not we're going to have drive-up access for customers, which I think there's valid arguments on both sides of. But that's it for now, and I'll look for a follow-up on the information about the data to demonstrate the necessity for the drive-up option. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Watlington?
Thank you. Much of what I was going to say has already been mentioned. I appreciate my colleagues paying close attention to this one as well, and you reiterated already some of the nuance to this one. Certainly can appreciate, like others have said, staff's position on trying to hold the line. Also, we have council votes for a reason, right? As Councilmember Ajmir mentioned, at the end of the day, we look at these on a case-by-case basis because at the end of the day, our zoning decisions should reflect what our community actually wants and what the need is. And in this case, we need additional banking options in our area. Councilmember Eggleston astutely said we're choosing between a bank with a drive-through or a bank without a drive-through. So I think that creates a situation where we have an opportunity to really consider this specific case. When I think about TOD in particular, especially as I see how it does impact existing neighborhoods, and considering that we are in need desperately of a full, workable, and convenient transit system, I hesitate to force walking on people when that's already an option here. Having a drive-through here does not prevent people from using other modes of transportation to get here. I could see if the drive-through was perhaps the only option, or you could only get there by highway, driving a car. That's one thing. But in this case, the option to walk, the option to bike or use your scooter is still going to exist. And so I don't think our role necessarily here is about eliminating options just because they're not to our personal liking, but about preserving options for the people that live there and are going to be using this. I don't see how this particular drive-through would be creating car trips. As you all know, this is right off the highway. People that are going to be exiting the highway and driving home or to their next destination are going to be in their cars anyway. They're not going to leave them somewhere so they can walk specifically to the bank. So I think in this case, this bank drive-through would be an additional option for accessibility. And I look forward to some of the other infrastructure investment that Fifth Third is working to make possible, and also to the proposed art installation as well. So I think that this one enhances bus and transit options while also acknowledging the very real climate that we're in from a market standpoint, and also not making it an undue burden to their customers to be able to get to the bank without having to walk a mile or wherever they're coming from in particular. So I'll be supporting this one.
Thank you. Mr. Phipps?
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. This question for staff. Was there no transitional provisions for non-conforming uses as a result of corrective rezonings to TOD? As been stated, the bank signed a long-term lease prior to us initiating those corrective rezonings. So what was the relief, if any, that the bank received as a result of this corrective rezoning?
So essentially, we'd be dealing with a completely new use, so the nonconformity really wouldn't be necessarily applicable in this case in terms of trying to add, A, the financial institution, and B, the drive-through component. They wouldn't fall under any kind of nonconformity, so they wouldn't typically get into a situation like that. Now, I do know nonconformities under TOD that have drive-throughs that want to go in and redo and upgrade them. That's a challenge that they're continually working through right now as well. So it wouldn't really fall under any kind of non-conforming provision. It really is just falling under the new ask for a district that would accommodate a drive-through facility versus one that wouldn't.
Yeah, my use of the term non-conforming in this instance applies to whereas when they signed the lease, they were able to, I guess, implement their plan, but for our corrective rezoning, they're currently not able to do it. So that's why I threw in that corrective rezoning and non-conforming uses.
If they had pulled their building permit, they would have been okay. Yeah. But they hadn't got a building permit yet when the zoning changed.
Okay, thank you. Also, terms like unbanked, underbanked have been thrown around. Do we know around a certain radius how many financial institutions there are already in the area? It's been reported in various media over the last few weeks that several large financial institutions are closing down their brick and mortar structures across certain parts of town. So do we know, in fact, I mean, is this area unbanked, or do we have any metrics to support that assertion?
From a staff standpoint, that isn't something that we have.
I think the representative from Fifth Third had made a mention of the fact that the area was unbanked. I think you did, Mr. Brown. So do we have any metrics to support those assertions that this area is underbanked or underserved in financial services?
Deanne, do you know that answer? And if not,
Yes.
Is that something you can provide?
I can provide a map that can show that detail as needed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As it stands right now, the way that we are looking at it, I think there are 2 branches in the area, and one of them is actually closing.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. Mr. Winston mentioned living in dense cities, and I too have lived in 2 very dense cities, and it's great when the infrastructure's there. But we've had these conversations as we transition to what we all really want to see, a more walkable city that uses public transportation and has public transportation, which is efficient, reliable, predictable. That's a very different scenario. We're not there yet. So I do struggle sometimes with saying, no, we're going cold turkey on some of these things, on some of these decisions. That said, I think we have to think very carefully before we go back on our TOD rezonings, because we just passed it. This isn't something that got passed in 2000. We just passed this. And so as I look at this, I want to ask what happens if the property sells. And we've seen that with the rezoning recently, that we rezoned it and then the property sold, and so now you're not necessarily dealing with that bank. You can say that you're going to keep it, but would we all be making the same decision if it got sold for a different use that can now use a drive-through? So could anybody else have the right to build a drive-through?
The way I understand it, would only be a drive-through for a financial institution, so it could only be another bank with another drive-through. It couldn't be then a fast food drive-through comes in or another drive-through use.
Okay, well, that's good. And secondly, I really like the idea, and this goes back to the transition, because we have a lot of things that we need in this city, and one of them is pedestrian safety. So I like the idea that you were talking about community benefits of crosswalks or whatever it is, but I really feel like I need to hear more about that before I can make that decision. And the question is, if you were to sell the property after it rezoned, do those community benefits go with it? And I don't know if, and Tree, stop me if I'm asking too much from a legal standpoint, but if we approve something thinking, well, the benefit is it's going to be safer for pedestrians that do want to walk to the bank or whatever, that for me would help me make up my mind. So I don't know if that's.
Are you asking if you can ask for additional benefits?
No, I'd like to know what they're going to promise, and then does that get written into the plan? So specifically, so no matter who bought that property, they'd have to include that in there. Yes.
That is why we're doing this as a conditional zoning. So it's not just a community benefit agreement. So what we agree to will be in the zoning that'll run with the land. It'll restrict their uses. And I think the benefits, we're looking for them to be infrastructure so that they're installed and remain.
And we'll know that before this comes for a decision?
We are trying very hard to nail those down.
Okay, that for me would be really critical to get to a yes for this. And then I'll just say the last thing about drive-throughs is that I really do hope that we're not going to cave just wholesale on drive-throughs, especially restaurants and things like that. I love the idea, and whoever pointed it out, that Ms. Leonard, I think that for people that are disabled, and Ms. Edgemere, I remember having my 3 kids in the car, and the last thing I wanted to do is get them out of those car seats. So I do appreciate, with young children and things like that, being able to have a drive-through. I wouldn't want to get stuck behind the guy opening up a checking account in a drive-through, just from a time standpoint, but also from an emissions standpoint. I think that's a problem with drive-throughs, right? You're going to get stuck behind somebody who's got their car running for 20 minutes while they're opening a checking account. Doesn't sound like it's going to help us meet our CAP goals. So I would encourage, whenever we look at these, that we push our petitioners to talk to their clients to say, can you even do something where they do a lot of this online, you go through the drive-through, you sign it, and then you move on, so that we're moving these cars in and out of there instead of having people lined up from somebody that's, trying to open a checking account. I don't think that's what we want, is cars lined up at drive-throughs. So, overall, I'm still undecided on this one. I just would need to see what the benefit is for that trade-off, because I do agree that we really want to get towards being a more pedestrian-friendly city, but if there's nothing there right now, we have to be a little bit flexible on some of these deals. So, and I see Ms. Johnson has a question, and I think that's our last one then. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just wanted clarification as one of the newer council members. I know that historically that council's been opposed or there have been restrictions surrounding drive-throughs, but can I get the policy on why that was developed or why we are anti-drive-through in the city of Charlotte? You mentioned SEAC, and I don't know other reasons, but I'd love to know why that is our position in the city, and when that policy was designed. And we know with COVID, things have changed, and
Sure.
you know, I'm from Ohio, and Fifth Third is pretty. They've got a significant presence in the city, and I know they're coming regardless if we have a drive-through or not. I'm looking forward to that, but I really want to know what the benefit of us not considering changing our policy surrounding drive-throughs, because I know that we've had several petitions. You know, and I just don't know why we as a city or city council or city staff is opposed to drive-throughs here in Charlotte. I'd love to know that policy or know the history or know the position why that was established.
So I'll say that's not a policy. It's a practice, and Taiwo is going to talk about that as to the why. But I also just want to say that I really think it's not a great idea to focus on the who, because again, this property could get sold and it could be any bank. So we have to make a good decision on land use.
And I know that, and that's one of the things you said. If the bank were sold and it was another type of establishment, then they would have, you know, permission to have a drive-through. So I want to know what would be the problem with that. Why is council historically opposed to drive-through?
I don't think there's any specific city policy that opposes drive-throughs. However, there are certain policy documents that council has adopted in the past that by themselves do not lend certain sites and certain uses to support. For example, transit-oriented development was specifically that policy, and the supportive ordinance were developed to encourage, or rather to discourage, primarily auto uses within certain radius of transit stations where you've invested billions of dollars. So that's one. Secondly is the city has its strategic energy action plan, which talks about achieving certain goals by 2030 around city facilities, and by 2050 to be less than 2% carbon emissions. Auto uses, or primarily auto-oriented uses, do not necessarily support achievement of that goal. Granted that those policies were adopted by council prior to the pandemic, obviously, the pandemic has put a lot of pressure on us, considering a number of things, such as what you have in front of you tonight. However, though, this is not unique to Charlotte. Every major city in the country is actually pushing back against drive-throughs for that very reason of environmental friendliness and investment in transit. Now, again, we have to definitely consider the fact that the pandemic has put a lot of pressure on how we consider this, which is why we're here tonight, frankly, discussing this. So there is no specific policy that says the city is anti-drive-through. It's essentially just saying that there are policies that you've adopted that do not support primary use of automobiles near some facilities, such as transit stations.
For that explanation, I appreciate it. Thank you.
And to that point, Dave, why couldn't we have just kept it as TODCC conditional to allow for this drive-through? Because I think part of the problem is changing the TOD.
So the only way to achieve it is to go to the zoning district that allows a drive-through. So CC doesn't allow a drive-through, so you can't condition a use that's otherwise not permitted.
Okay. And so would that change anything else around there to now say, well, they got TOD, TR, why shouldn't we get it?
And I think that's part of where some of the concern comes from with staff, is that that would be the step, that could unlock additional asks like that, and then we fall into that, as Braxton kind of alluded to as well, you do 2, and then you do 4. And then, so that's, I think, where staff is concerned, is we'd rather kind of stay where we are with what we think is, the proper implementation of the TOD ordinance and goals. Obviously we know there's going to be things that come up like this, but I think our position is that we'd like to see those things come to better fruition over time rather than chip away at them little by little, with petition, 1, 2, or 3 a year or more.
Okay.
So.
I think that's an important point that we need, that it's really about changing the code, and then we have to decide if it's worth it in this case.
I think just one follow-up on that, and we know that restaurants aren't going to be the next condition on a sale or something like that, but just from the banking world, I want you to make it real clear. Banks are not falling over each other to go into underserved communities and open branches right now. So this is not something where it's well, we don't know who the next bank's going to be. There's an element of we should be awfully thankful that banks are still actually doing net new projects like this in an environment where that financially on their balance sheet no longer makes sense. This is truly something that, if you're in this space, you're deeply immersed in that and you understand it. So I get what Mr. Winston says about the ultimate end goal. And while I'm 100% on that, I think the pragmatic nature of we're going to be at this decision point countless times over the next 5 years, which is going to be, well, the end vision is great, and I love it, and I believe in it, but if you want to sit on the curb of Woodlawn and eat an egg and cheese sandwich right now, you will likely die. It's not the environment for walkability. It is, if you've been over there, you understand exactly what I'm talking about. So having one bank in an environment where other banks really aren't doing this, have the option to have a drive-through that literally can change in the 10 years from now when that evolves to the actual environment we're talking about, to me, this is I can't believe we're still talking about it.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Driggs had a comment, and then Ms. Winston.
I just wanted to say to your question about the precedent, our approval of this would not confer any kind of rights on anybody else. So it would not entitle them to come in and demand, look, you did this for them, do it for me. What we know, I think, in practice is that people will come along and they'll say, hey, what about that? And often they do that under circumstances that aren't exactly the same. And if the circumstances were exactly the same, we'd probably be willing to say yes again. And if they're not exactly the same, we would explain why.
Yeah.
So I'm not too bothered about the precedent concept, but to be clear, and to be clear, it does not confer any rights.
Okay. Mr. Winston, then we'll wrap up.
Last comment. To Mr. Bakari's point, to counter his point, if you listen to the petitioner, this drive-through is not a need. It is a want. Their condition of opening the 30 other branches is no relation to this drive-through. In fact, it is not even a need for this branch right here, that they will build this branch and they will continue to be a good partner in this city regardless. Again, we have to balance the wants of certain petitioners to the needs of our city and the policies that we've created. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Move to close. Second.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The next item is agenda number 23, item number 23, 2021-028 by Childress Klein Properties, approximately 287.71 acres located northwest of Highway 85, south of Mallard Creek Road, and east of Ridge Road. This is in the ETJ in the Board of County Commissioner District 3, Mr. Dunlap's district, and the nearest city council district is District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. The current zoning is commercial center and R8 multifamily conditional, and the proposed zoning is I1 light industrial conditional, R22 multifamily conditional with 5-year vested rights. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues and technical revisions related to the site and building design. And we have tonight, after staff speaks, we have Jeff Brown will be leading the team who's speaking in favor, and then we have Commissioner Powell who will be speaking against. So you all will get 10 minutes apiece, and then with a 2-minute rebuttal by the petitioner. Go ahead, Mr. Petitioner.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. 2021-028 is 287 plus acres, as mentioned, on Ridge Road, Mallard Creek, fronts I-85 as well, just in the county line, close to Concord Mills Mall as well. Several zoning districts, CC and R8, proposed is I1 to R and R22 MF, both conditional, as mentioned, with 5-year vested rights. The Northeast Area Plan does recommend single and multifamily, institutional, office and retail, up to 12 plus DUA for the site. There's also a small area that's recommended for greenway uses. The development proposal for this petition is for 2.7, about 2,750,000 square feet of warehousing, warehouse distribution, logistics, office, manufacturing, and other uses permitted in I-1. It does have prohibition on uses such as sales, auto, truck, and utility trailer renter, automotive repair garages, sales and service stations, manufacturing, housing, sales or repair, petroleum storage facilities, and recycling or drop-off centers. There is another development area. It's development area 2. That one is 36.67 acres, and that is proposed for up to 488 multifamily residential units. That comes in at about 13.3 dwelling units to the acre. There's a host of transportation improvements that are included along with this. They're all outlined in great detail in your staff analysis, but mainly involve intersection improvements and road improvements to Ridge Road, Kings Grant Drive, and Quaid Drive. Also, there are internal streets that are proposed to be interconnected throughout the project. We do have open space commitments. About 46.65 acres, which is 15% of the site minimum, will be set aside as open space with tree save buffers, stream buffers, landscape areas, and a minimum of 5% of that 46 plus acres, which comes in at about 15.5 acres, would be developed as improved open space. That would include things like landscape areas, walking paths, seating areas, and you can see those kind of sprinkled intermittently throughout the site as well. And then there's also a trail network proposed within those open space areas. That'll link the multifamily residential and the industrial areas, and that will connect to a 12-foot multi-use path. There's a 100-foot Class A buffer in development area 1 along the western boundary, and then a 100-foot Class C buffer between the residential and warehouse distribution areas as shown on the plan. There's also architectural standards related to both the industrial and logistics side of things, as well as the residential component of the project. As mentioned, staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have some outstanding issues related to site and building design and technical revisions that need to be worked through. As mentioned, it's inconsistent with the Northeast Area Plan, but it is consistent as far as the residential component goes. Staff does recommend approval, and we'll be happy to take questions following the presentation by both the petitioner and the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and members of Council and Zoning Committee. It's good to be back in the chamber here. I think we may have to advance the slides, Dave.
I'll just call out. Yeah.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you. I am Jeff Brown, and my colleagues and I have had a great pleasure of working with Childress Klein on this exciting project. We will consolidate our time, Mayor Pro Tem. We're pleased. We appreciate Dave's presentation. We're pleased to have the staff support on this exciting proposal. Zoning of this kind really does take a long time, and we've actually started the process with staff almost over 13, 14 months ago. And with that time has passed. The 2040 plan has passed. We've had now the jobs in manufacturing industrial study work has now been presented recently. We're pleased that our zoning is supported, as the staff analysis says, supports several of the 2040 plan goals, notably with regard to resilient and diverse economic development and jobs, as well as the opportunity to have those jobs near residential housing. As far as the jobs plan, it also reflects the fact that this site, this area, is well suited for the logistics distribution jobs, particularly because of the interstate access. I'm going to come back and address a few things in a second, but in the meantime, I'd like to turn it over to Landon Wyatt with Childress Klein. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. My name is Landon Wyatt, and I'm responsible for the industrial logistics business at Childress Klein. And when you think of Childress Klein, you probably associate it with us with more visible projects such as Lowe's Design Center in South End, or Duke Energy's headquarters downtown, or perhaps Apex in South Park, or even Waverly in South Charlotte. But our largest business is actually industrial logistics. It's not nearly as visible, but I will say in the 40 years we've been in business in this city, this is by far the best industrial site we've had the chance to work on. With the immediate proximity to 2 interstates and a 3rd interstate just 5 minutes away at Interstate 77, the companies that want to locate industrial facilities and provide industrial jobs are increasingly boxed out of North Charlotte because there's lack of availability for land and lack of availability for future development. This, which we believe will create ultimately 2,500 jobs, those jobs otherwise will probably go to Cabarrus County or even Rowan County north of that. And this is the 3rd time in this area where we've put multifamily and industrial together. It wouldn't have made sense 20 years ago, but today the opportunity to live and work in the same environment shouldn't be limited to white-collar office jobs, but increasingly is available for more industrial, mid-level, approachable jobs. And finally, we're aware of, keenly aware that in an environment like that, we've got to have open space to support that, support the community, and create the connectivity, and we certainly have had our team focused on providing that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next slide. I'm going to go through a few items if I could. This slide actually just reflects again the unique location. It's near not only Concord Mills Mall and the interstates, but also near the Concord Airport and other types of uses as shown here. Next, please. You know, the summary of the unique location of the interstates is very important, as we've mentioned, as Landon mentioned, and also the fact that the job study and others, including 2040 plan, wants us to locate these jobs on the interstates and on major thoroughfares. That results in frankly, the ability to respond to the market demand, but also, in this instance, very little to no disruption of communities nearby. And so that's another item that we think is very important. Landon mentioned the 2,500, what we call, for lack of a term, middle-tier jobs. We'll talk a little bit about the nature of those jobs in just a second. Next slide. I mentioned the fact that, and as Dave mentioned, the residential component closest to Concord Mills. There's also within the quadrant bounded by Mallard Creek, a couple of other apartment projects. Our Spine Road that you'll see a little bit in another slide connects to those apartment communities. So the ability to have people within this quadrant be able to be close to these jobs and be walkable with multi-use paths and things of that nature is part of what we're about. We'll talk a little bit about the traffic. An important component to be aware of is, again, by the nature of this project, we'll be having most of the trips will go toward the interstate as opposed to scattered throughout. Let me move to the next slide. Dave highlighted this in the staff analysis, but it's very important to note that we're not taking R3 land in this instance, the zone for R3, and trying to take it into the types of uses that we're talking about today. With the location along the interstate, this was actually approved for a very intense development in 2003. A development that, as you can see from this slide, would have substantially more development impact from a traffic perspective than what we're proposing, substantially more, and that was highlighted in your staff analysis. Next slide. From a community outreach perspective, we did want to, we've been at this a while. We've had 2 community meetings in which we used a list broader than what the city gave us to try to be inclusive of other property owners within the quadrant. We've talked to the apartments that you see at up in the northern corner of the site. Discussions with Hickory Grove Baptist Church because of their facilities. They're supportive of the rezoning. And again, we had two community meetings as well. We've had discussions with the members of the Prosperity Village Association leadership. And we appreciate the commissioners here, Commissioner Powell here today to talk about the open space. But we're also appreciative of the fact that, frankly, with these outreach and these efforts, we haven't had opposition that we're aware of from others in the community. Next. This is a slide, again, I've talked about this in my opening, about being responsive to several of the items within the 2040 plan. It's a little tight, I realize, but Landon was able to, working with the Alliance and others, to come up with a sample of the types of jobs we're talking about here. And that's on the left-hand side of your page. That gives you a flavor. These are jobs that you don't have to have, college degree, that it's an opportunity squarely, we believe, within the 2040 plan goals and objectives. Let me move to the next items. Open space. Dave mentioned these items, and it's important, and we appreciate Commissioner Powell. We've had a good discussion with her this morning about the active open space elements. We're talking about close to 50 acres, 45 minimum. We think it's going to be more of natural open space areas through the creeks and others. We'll have tree save areas. And as the next slide shows, we're going to improve these areas. You can see the main spine road will have a 12-foot multi-use path with bike and walking to be able to connect up to the 2 residential communities at the top. We have the other, you'll see trails also connecting the residential closer to Concord Mills. So this is, and also gathering spots. So we're dealing with almost 2 miles of trails and paths. So we are trying to activate the area as well as preserving the open space through the tree efforts. We did have a discussion. We learned just recently of Park and Rec, a comment, and I think Commissioner Powell's talking about the importance of parks in the area, and we appreciate that. We're not able to provide a park in this particular location, but we are able to provide, however, is an opportunity for these types of green space connectivity, and we've already started discussions with Bert Lynn, who's the capital planning director, about the greenway possibilities of being able to connect. I'm going to move quickly through traffic and then wrap up. Thank you. To the next slide, please. I mentioned that the current zoning, which is very intense for the site, would generate substantially more trips. Or in other words, this zoning would result in far fewer trips than is currently zoned. And this tries to give you a flavor. The trucks, we're estimating 90 to 95%, if not more, of the trucks will go to the interstate. That's why Landon said this is such an exceptional site. The other passenger vehicles would also largely go to the interstate, in the neighborhood of 68 to 70% is what the estimate is. Why is that important? It's important because as you go down Mallow Creek Road, there will need to be improvements long term as you approach the Concord Mills Mall. We're going to make some of those improvements in connection with this plan, and the STIP project is doing some of those improvements by 2024. But the primary logistics work and employees will largely go toward the interstate. That's an important ingredient, which wouldn't be the case if it was developed by the existing zoning, where cars would be going a lot of directions. Let me move to the next slide. This is a listing. I'm not going to go through these. Your staff analysis goes through intimate detail of the substantial improvements that we'll be making as part of the phased development of the project. And this next slide shows you those phased improvements more in a graphic form. I'm not going to go through each one of these. I do highlight the one in blue, where as part of an early development of a traffic signal at the Kings Grant Drive and Mallow Creek, it will take that level of service for that intersection substantially up to a level grade service B. So that's an improvement that will be made earlier in the process. We thank you for your time, and happy to answer any questions, and we look forward to continuing to work with the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown and Mr. Wyatt. Okay, Commissioner Powell. Thank you, and you too have 10 minutes if you need to take it.
Thank you. It's interesting to be standing on this side again. First thing I want to say is hello to everyone and thank you for your service. And I want to thank, especially right now, Councilman Eggleston for his prayer tonight. The Hopi Indians have been very influential in my life and are part of the reason that I'm standing here today. And part of the reason that I have a copy, and you can, and Councilman Winston knows this, I have a copy, and I am committed to showing up and speaking up and making sure that the UDO reflects the importance of how do we go from vision to action on Goal 7, which is why I'm here today. I want to thank Jeff Brown and I want to tell you a little bit about where this is, because it is in Chairman Dunlap's district, but it marries up to mine. And my parks, in my district, are being loved to death because of the density and the community needs in my area. In fact, I've met with several of you, but especially with Councilman Winston in the area, where they're being loved to death and they want more park space. Mr. Brown said that, and thank him for meeting with Prosperity Village, because that is in my district, and he met with them and took some input. And as the result of their input, I think on appearance, I think there have been some improvements that are shown here. He mentioned that there's a decreased availability of land. Yes, like there's a huge decreased availability of land for all of us and for our park space. These rezonings have a tremendous impact in Mecklenburg County. This is outside of city limits. It's in ETJ, and it is married up to my district. Last Monday, a city council person who was really paying attention to this called me to say, what do you think of this? I say, I don't know, I haven't seen it yet. And then I got an email from Mr. Brown asking, telling me that this was on the agenda tonight, and did I have any comments? So this is the first time I heard of it. It was 1 week ago today. So I sent Mr. Brown the request that came from Park and Rec. And it's stunning to me, it's just stunning that staff, the staff wasn't aware of what, and I mean city staff, wasn't aware of the request from Park and Rec. And I'm going to read the request because something needs to happen, something needs to change. The fact that a city council person caught it and staff didn't is shocking. But here's the request from our park professionals in Mecklenburg County Park and Rec. Mecklenburg County Park and Recreation requests a dedication of a minimum of 23.75 acres for a future public neighborhood park within or adjacent to the area requested for multifamily rezoning, as this site is within a gap area for park and recreation facilities in Mecklenburg County. This number is based on a minimum park acreage standard set by Mecklenburg County Park and Recreation's master plan, MEC playbook, of 19 acres per 1,000 people. This parcel shall be adjacent to a public right-of-way and be developable for typical neighborhood park amenities and shall not be encumbered by tree shade. We would be happy to discuss this in more detail with the petitioner. This rezoning is in a gap area for public open space. Please contact Mecklenburg County Park and Recreation with any questions or comments. That is their request. Mr. Brown responded to me last night telling me that that was the first time that they had seen that. I believe him. So when I emailed him back on Tuesday and told him this is the request, and he said he hadn't seen it. I don't know how that happened, but things like this cannot happen on something so big. Balanced development is important. Quality of life for the future of Mecklenburg County is something that we all have to think about. Parks are a critical infrastructure for the healthy development of our community. We cannot provide or improve access for the public if commitments aren't made at this stage. Not conversations, commitments. This area is rather remote, as you can see, being cut off by I-85, 485, and Mallard Creek Road, and the county line. This project is Park and Recreation's only opportunity to fill this gap in park access for current residents and those who will eventually live there in the new development. Again, I think you all know, parks are critical infrastructure. Park professional feedback needs to be taken seriously. No commitment for park space has been made that I'm aware of for programmable open space. I'd like to encourage a pause in this so that we can obtain a commitment before moving forward. And that is my ask. I think that Mr. Brown did an excellent job with everything else. It's just this is a really important missing component. And so I just ask you again, I don't think I took up all my whole 10 minutes, to please pause and have discussion until we get a commitment, because conversation has no teeth. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Brown, you're invited back down for 2 minutes for rebuttal, and then I think I see Mr. Pettin there, I'm sure has some comments, because this is a topic we've brought up before, and I think it's really important to know what we can and can't do or ask for. So go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, and thank you, Commissioner Powell, for your time, and Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell as well. I appreciate the fact that we did reach out to Chairman Dunlop, whose district this is, in the summer and earlier. I do apologize we didn't also reach out to you, but the minute we were in this discussion, we did so. The posting, it was an error, I believe, by way of some transition and maybe staffing with Park and Rec. These were posted in a very obscure spot, not part of the normal place that the petitioners would have seen anything about this. It wasn't posted for many months into the rezoning process, but that's neither here nor there right now. We received the comments and immediately started a discussion about what we are doing positively for this site, which is 50 acres minimum of natural open space that, as you can tell, will be programmed in a way that will include trails, gathering places, picnic areas, and others. We have already reached out immediately, Land Design and our team, to Bert Lynn with the Capital Planning to talk about what opportunities there may be for Greenway. But there is other land in the area, but we are not in a position of being able to provide for a 23-acre park on land that has to be purchased by the developer from an existing user. We are doing a really good job, however, on open space in a way that we think the community will receive a community benefit from the efforts that we're undertaking. We do appreciate the desire for a park components throughout this area. We think we're adding value across the board, from jobs for those who need it most, in a location that your policies say is appropriate, and also accomplishing the open space needs that we think will provide community benefit as well. So thank you very much.
Brown. Mr. Pettin?
I just wanted to address the item that Mr. Brown just alluded to as well. We went through this rezoning process. This is a petition that came in back in the March submittal group. So this was back at the end of March when we started the review process. We went through several reviews both in March and April and received no comments on any request for additional land set aside for a county park facility. Didn't receive that until the end of September. So, again, and it wasn't an area that isn't typical to our process. We have gotten memos in the past that outline those asks in a more formal submittal from that review process, and it just was, could have been lost in some of that potential transition. So we did notice it, as Mr. Brown mentioned, coordinated with them pretty immediately to let them know and turn them over to work with our partners at the county on it, and I think we'll hopefully get some successful resolution on all of that. But just wanted to address where that generated from. So, but it was hopefully, like I said, we can get to a reasonable outcome for all parties on it at this point. So.
Thank you. Yeah, we'd love to hear more about that. And before I go to questions, I just want a clarification from Commissioner Powell. Is that recommendation from Park and Rec that they want to purchase that land? That Parks and Rec wanted to purchase? I'm sorry, you'll have to come back down.
No.
Just to set aside the land so that the developer would purchase it and then make it into a park, or how? What was the?
Thank you for asking. Mecklenburg County Park and Recreation requests a dedication. And when they say dedication, sometimes there are part of the parcel the developer wants to donate because it's undevelopable. But we did not request a donation. And you could speak to the professionals, but they requested a dedication.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Ms. Ajmera first. Mr.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. And thank you, Commissioner Powell, and thank you, Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell. Appreciate your input throughout this process. I know we've been communicating over the past couple of days. I have questions about the process. I do know that we have a section for Mecklenburg County Parks and Recreation Department to provide their comments for all of our rezonings. Was that missed? So I guess what is the process? Staff, if you could walk me through the process and what that looks like.
Sure, they get distributed to all parties for review. It was sent out to all parties, including our partners at the county back in March and back in April. We received no comments on both reviews from staff, and then received a comment, as mentioned, in that September distribution at the end of September. But again, it was not submitted in a way that's part of our normal workflow. So we are going to coordinate and work on making sure that everybody understands where that process falls and how to better coordinate on these so we don't have that issue come up in the future.
Thank you for looking into that process and figuring out what steps needs to be addressed here, because this is such a big rezoning and we have to make sure that we get this right. I mean, we're talking about almost 300 acres here. What I like about this rezoning that it provides mid-tier jobs that we need. Certainly we have a gap between high-paying jobs and minimum wage jobs, but really that mid-tier that doesn't necessarily require a college degree, but someone can still make a decent living. I appreciate that component of this rezoning. However, I am concerned about the issues that's being raised by county commissioners around the gap area and specifically around the park space. So from what I hear from commissioners is that they are asking for dedicated space, and it doesn't necessarily mean a donation. So to petitioner, is that something that you're willing to work with our county parks and recreation? From what I understand, they're not necessarily asking for a donation here.
Thank you, Councilmember Ajmera. In terms of what we understand the request, again, we're trying to better understand what the 7 or 8 line note that we received at the last minute on this really means. Our interpretation, frankly, is that it would be something that would be asked for us to be providing without compensation. What we really would hope the council and others will focus upon is the fact that we are, in fact, providing for substantial open space that we are going to be activating. It's not going to be activating in the sense of a public park, but we are going to be providing for tremendous activation of the space from trails, multi-use paths, and ways in which the community can participate. And we have offered up the opportunity to talk about greenway dedications. But that's really where we are in terms of our efforts. We'll continue to have these conversations, but I'm not aware that this is a request that the capital planning of the Park and Rec has money set aside to purchase the land. And frankly, I think it would be difficult for the petitioner to accomplish the other goals that we're seeking to provide through that effort when we're already also creating 50 acres of active open space in the context of the creeks, tree saves, and the trails.
Are you good, Ms. Ajmera? Or do you have?
Yeah,
okay.
Thank you, Mr. Brown, for addressing that. So what I hear is that park space is not something feasible with an open space that's already being proposed. Is that correct?
Currently, our open space plans that we've been working on for a number of months are not contemplating, for example, ball fields and things of that nature. I will point out, however, very close by, it is land owned by the church. There are other facilities that are in the area for active open space in the ball fields up on Mallet Creek Road.
Yeah, that's all I have. I struggle with this one, especially that we have a specific ask from Parks and Recreation, and that's part of our normal process. So I struggle with this one because this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I mean, once we develop this land, I don't know if we will ever have the park space, especially in the Gap area. And we already know how our region is ranked when it comes to our parks. Park space. So I struggle with this one. I look forward to hearing what District Council member has to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you. Mr. Driggs?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think it's worth noting that this, in my mind, is a very exciting opportunity for us. We're talking about investment of very large amounts of money, the creation of jobs, the kind of thing that we normally look for. And I appreciate Aurora's interest in making that investment in Charlotte. So just like to put that out there. I also think that large-scale development like this offers benefits in terms of being able to coordinate the uses, having that open space in there as opposed to a more piecemeal approach to it. So those are things that we welcome. Now, the issue of parks is a tough one. And commissioners, you remember I was on a call. We talked about this. And I think we have a shared interest, the city and the county, in addressing a shortage of parks. There's no question that we have that issue. But you may also recall that I described my understanding in that conversation that the way this works is the county buys land, and that becomes a park. The land is private property. There is no mechanism for just sort of requiring somebody. As far as I'm concerned, you can have a conversation with the developer about their willingness to dedicate land or the potential for a dedication of land, which would have to be voluntary. But it's particularly difficult for us, in my mind, to tie that to our land use decision and to create even the appearance that we are applying pressure on the petitioner in the land use process to make the dedication of land. So I would really hope that you can talk to them and work something out. I appreciate the open space. I recognize the open space is not a park. It's not identical. So I wouldn't accept it as being entirely equivalent, but it's better than high-density development with no open space. And that's kind of as far as we can go. At some point, Parks and Rec needs to take some leadership here and say, we have identified a location, we're negotiating for the land, and I promise you, if there's any land use decision that's needed from us, you'll get it. I mean, we are absolutely committed to more parks, but I don't think it's up to us. We're not in a position financially or in terms of our authority to oblige people or to make that happen. So again, I would suggest that if you can, reach an agreement about dedication of land, but understand that we couldn't make our decision about the land use contingent on a dedication or donation, or whatever we're calling it, of land. It would have to be something voluntary, in my mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Winston?
Thank you. Yeah, I was very grateful last week to receive this intergovernmental email chain. I think myself and many of us on this council have been trying to figure out, especially around land use decisions, how do we do this better? I think for the constituents out there, it's important to recognize that what you're seeing right here is good governance and also good partnership with a private company that wants to be a good neighbor and a good partner. As Mr. Brown said, they've been working on this for a long time, and they've been engaging us on council around this for a long time. Something that was mentioned there, alluded to, but not really, we rarely haven't got to dive into it, is that we've been challenged with finding good industrial use, especially for modern industry, especially as it relates to many of the millions, if not billions of dollars of infrastructure that have been put into this county in this region, right? Where this is on I-85. What wasn't said is in proximity, in very close proximity to our airport and our intermodal port, which really maximize the benefit of that. But that intermodal port and that airport are also regional assets, right? So this development doesn't have to go in Mecklenburg County. It could go in Cabarrus County. It could go in Rowan County. Where honestly it might be easier to do more big projects like this. They would get the benefit of our airport and our intermodal port, but we don't here in Charlotte and Mecklenburg County. This is something that we are trying to figure out, and this is something Ms. Watlington often brings up, right? How do you take advantage of that airport infrastructure without condensing it around District 3 and around the airport? So you have a diversity of land use options. But also what hasn't been said out here is that Commissioner Powell, if you notice, she had to come to our land use meeting and stand, and as she mentioned, on that side of the dais and talk to us. We don't have any framework for us to do this intergovernmental work, and that's a problem. What you see here right now is our staffs, they have a lot on both floors of the building, have a lot of work to do. And honestly, things get lost. But that's why from a community place, right, you have elected people who are there not just to work within a policy, but are there to advocate for positions within the community. We have to figure out ways to do this intergovernmental work without one of us finding this by chance. I'm glad you came here. A couple years ago in my first term, there was a topic around 287G and the sheriff, and I decided I didn't have a way to talk to county commission, so I did the same thing as you did, and I came to a public forum and I stood in front. Some of your staff after that told me, don't do this again. One, we can't, deal with we can't take back any of their funding, and you have ways of doing this on your own. Well, I'm glad many years later, your staff has figured out that, yeah, you can pull back funding to influence decisions. And I'm glad that you as a county commissioners have said you are citizens as well, and you need to use this forum if we are not going to figure out how to do this in official happenstance. So I think that is the main issue here. I think this is something that we talked about, right? The challenges that Mr. Driggs alluded to. He's right on point when we're making these land use decisions. We have to figure out how to be a better process oriented when it comes to government. And I'll take it even a step further. This could be a great exercise for us that there is an additional regional piece of this. If you looked on the slide presentation, there is a piece of this that goes into Concord, right? So why are we not engaging them in these decisions as well as we try to think of other issues around the transformational mobility network? These are all issues that we keep bringing up, but it's up to us not to just deal with this on a case-by-case basis. With that all said, I think we have 1, 2, 3 willing partners that want to come up with a solution. We have made the investments. This is all home team stuff. I would hope that either between now and December or now in January that we can all work together to find some type of intergovernmental framework to solve this solution. Because if we can solve this, if we can come to a common ground solution with all this, then we can apply that from a policy basis over and over and over again. And I think that's why this conversation that we're having today around this particular petition is so important. I hope you learned something from this tonight, because I sure have in watching this conversation go over the past 7 to 10 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Eggleston?
Thank you. I have one question for Commissioner Powell. So while she's coming back down, I've got two for Dave. One of which would be whether in this circumstance or another, if a petitioner were to, I guess my first question is actually, is there some third option I'm not aware of? Because people keep using the word dedication, but as far as I'm aware, there's either land purchase or land donation. There's not like some gray area in the middle, right?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So just because it felt like there was some differentiation being implied there that I don't think exists. If a petitioner were to donate land for a park or in a lot of cases we see with Greenway, but does that count towards their open space or their tree save requirement, or would they be doing that and then in addition be obligated to have still the same level of tree save and open space requirements?
I think it could be captured as covering both areas, like covering the request being met and then also the ordinance requirements, but I'd have to double check and we can follow up and give you clarification and confirmation of that.
Because to me, it would seem like a pretty important distinction from the perspective of the landowner in this case. My question for Ms. Powell is just for me to understand what the funding schedule is. I guess in what year is the funding scheduled for the development of a park in this general vicinity that you all have identified as having a need?
So it's a gap area, and in the past 12 to 15 months, we had a consultant come in to a group to identify our gap areas. And so I can't tell you exactly what, like the funding year. This is just a priority. You know, it's a priority to get park space because it's so difficult in gap areas. And I'm looking in the audience, if we have a park professional here. Oh, okay. So we have a park professional here to answer the dedication question, which I think is really what Councilman Driggs was talking about. You know, when you ask for a dedication, then there's dialogue between the developer and Park and Rec. Well, no dialogue happened, you know, until the past couple days because of what this man next to me said. It was
Mr. Pettin, thank you.
It was, what is it?
Mr. Pettin, thank you.
Pettin.
Mr. Pettin.
So it's my understanding he said it was not in the plan room. Is that what you said?
I think it sounded like the notes were added.
Yeah, it just wasn't in a typical spot that staff looks to retrieve comments on plan reviews.
And so typically there would be a discussion about, okay, well, you know, we've identified this space. It might not, you know, it might be whatever number of acres. We've identified this. We can commit to this. But this is, you know, we'd like to talk to you about how that works. And I don't want to misspeak because dedication does not mean donation. And so the Capital Planning Division Director is here if you'd like to ask him.
If that's appropriate, I would, because I really genuinely cannot understand a third option between someone giving you land or you buying land from them. I don't know what other option exists. So if there is one, I'd like to know. And I guess just as a follow-up to the timeline question, I guess then the ask would be that this land be conveyed to Parks and Rec, and then you can come to and you'll just need to identify yourself when you get up there for the record. But
Let me just ask Ms. Hagler-Gray, can we have someone else speak if Mr. Eggleston has a question?
Yeah. So they were not, this gentleman wasn't signed up to speak, was he?
Represent Parks and Rec, which has a section in the petition that we asked, like Charlotte Water.
Like stormwater staff being asked or CDOT staff being asked a question?
Sure. I mean, I think Mrs. Powell is speaking in her personal capacity.
I don't know how you divide it.
I don't think so. I think she's here on behalf of the
Can we just call it a staff resource since this is
Sure, you can ask for
Thank you.
a staff resource from county.
So I guess the question is there a third option besides being given land or purchasing land? And if so, please explain it to me. And the timeline question is, would the ask be that contingent upon approval of this rezoning, the landowner would convey this portion of that property to Parks and Rec free and clear, and then at some unknown point in the future, Parks and Rec might create a park out of it?
Yeah, so from a purchase standpoint, again, good evening. My name is Bert Lynn. I'm Capital Planning Division Director for Mecklenburg County Park and Recreation. I did have conversations with the petitioner's team late last week and shared some information, and we were going to get back. From a land standpoint, the land could be reserved for purchase by the county. It could be donated to the county, fee simple, or an easement could be acquired on the land. So the underlying landowner could retain ownership rights, but Park and Recreation would have the opportunity to go and improve the land. From a funding standpoint, we would need to have the property either fee simple or through easement first, and then we would look for funding through a number of mechanisms. Our most common mechanism is our capital improvement plan, which is a 5-year funding cycle. That new cycle will begin in July of 2023.
So is there any, and if there's not, then no is an acceptable answer. Is there any way to project what kind of distance we might be time-wise from something like that actually being able to take place up there if you had the land?
No, staff can make recommendations from a funding standpoint. Ultimately, that goes to the County Board of Commissioners for funding.
And Dave, I guess if they set it aside and left it undeveloped or uncleared or whatever, but you knew that eventually it was allowable for a park, I guess it goes back to the question that might need follow-up, which is, could they count that as tree save or open space or whatever if you knew later it might become a park?
And I believe they can count it to some tree save to a degree. I think, again, we'd have to take a look and see how the two kind of interrelate. You know, obviously, we'd want to make sure we have that kind of dialed in correctly if we do know long-term it's going to be conveyed for some recreational use. But, yeah, we can certainly get back to you and give you clarification on that.
Okay. I think that's it for now. Thank you both.
Thank you. Let's see, Mr. Driggs, did you already speak once? Okay, I do have a couple other speakers. Mr. Phipps, Mr. Bakari, and then Mr. Graham, and then we'll circle back with the people who have other questions. Mr. Phipps?
Thank you. Ms. Powell.
You might as well just stand there. You might as well just stay there.
There's a little bench down there.
Or the gentleman from Park and Rec. I had a question.
In the process, right?
I'm back.
Okay. So recognizing that this is that this was designated as or identified as a gap area for parks, was there any attempt to pursue acreage other than with this particular rezoning? I thought you said that you did a study, a consultant study, that identified this area as a gap. But my question is, was there an effort after that consultant study to approach whoever to try to remedy that gap in this area?
So the park gaps are just identified this year, in the past few months. And I'm sure, like, we look for land wherever we can, and there's decreased availability of land. And it's like I said, in this, if you look at a satellite view of this area right now, this is like the only significant chunk left in this area. And so this project is our only opportunity to fill the gap.
Okay.
And that's why I'm here.
Okay. And looking at the, I guess the petitioner's development plan, they got a total of 8 buildings proposed. And I'm just wondering, as part of, I guess, park locational policies, I'm trying to figure out, given this development plan, I really don't see where 23 acres of contiguous park space could be apportioned given the overall positioning of these buildings as presented here. So I was just curious about, even if you do identify a gap, is there a practice of suitability for park space in a contiguous acreage? Because as they have it here, they have open space scattered throughout the site. So I'm trying to figure out where a contiguous amount of 23 acres could be given this development plan.
And it doesn't say contiguous, but here is our capital planning division director.
The conversation I had late last week was that it did not need to be contiguous. We could do a fairly small park, a local park, 2 to 5 acres, and then use some of the proposed trail connectivity within the area to make up the remainder of the acreage, and make connections from the proposed housing, existing housing in the area, and the industrial uses to that park.
Thank you. That's all the questions I had for that, but I wanted to transition to some other questions that I had.
Go ahead, Mr. Phipps.
In our packet, they said that this was a 2-phase development about, well, the total development land was like, they have it here is about 288 acres. But I thought I heard someone say it was 300 acres. Because when you, okay, so this amount that's in the book, is this just the acreage within the ETJ for Mecklenburg County?
This is just in Mecklenburg County, correct. There's about, I believe, 10 acres just next door, just over the county line in Cabarrus County and Concord.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay,
that gets us to about 297.
Right, thank you. You also mentioned was, I guess, a substantial, Mr. Brown, substantial infrastructure improvements to various roads around the site. Do you have any estimate or guesstimate of the cost of those infrastructure improvements?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you, because those will be straight from the private sector. I don't know whether members of the Childress Klein team have that. If not readily available, we can quickly get those. They're going through the types of development planning, cost estimating. As you can even see, Councilmember Phipps, from the drawing that's up there, we have a spine road, obviously, that's going to be providing connectivity with a 12-foot multi-use path. We've got widening of Ridge Road. There's substantial improvements, including some improvements to Mallard Creek as well, and traffic signals. So let us get you that number for you, and I'll be happy to do that. Thank you for your question.
Okay. Another question related to transportation. In your conversations with NCDOT...
I just learned that maybe in the excess of $2.5 million.
$2.5 million? Okay, thank you. In your conversations with NCDOT, did they elaborate on their plans for widening Mallard Creek Road from I-485 interchange to the DeRuyter Road?
Yep. A lot of those improvements from the interchange past Odell School's connectivity there and on closing out toward Kings Grant Drive and Carolina Lily have been made. In the 2024, is our understanding, and Mr. McKinney or others with Ms. Hall can maybe elaborate. We understand in 2024 there will be additional improvements as part of the state STIP project that will continue down Mallard Creek Road further beyond Carolina Lily and in that direction. We're actually front-ending some of those improvements with the traffic signal, for example, at Kings Grant Drive, and some other widening improvements in the area. And our project phasing, the first phase, large phase, that just as a general phasing project would come online at the end of 2023 and on into 2024. So the first phase timing comes in line pretty good with the transportation efforts that we think the state are underway. The next phase would take many more years to come. So I think we've done a good job. CDOT and NCDOT have signed off on the improvements we've made together with the phasing as it relates to some of those efforts you're talking about.
Okay. So my final question, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Brown, could you please describe your housing options proposal for the site, in as much as you are going to be adjacent to this distribution center of a couple of million square feet or whatever, is there a workforce component, or is this all market rate? I mean, what are the housing options that these employees are expected to embrace, being that close adjacent to this employment site?
Thank you. The multifamily, first of all, there's some other multifamily communities nearby that we will be connecting by way of this trail and multi-use path in order to encourage others, not just our proposed units. The units that we're talking about would be 480 units in Mecklenburg. As Dave indicated, there's 10 acres that we're already starting through the process with Concord and have had detailed discussions with them that would bring in other units. So in all told, 700 units, which would be multifamily. It's proposed to be multifamily units, as you can see on the top end of the site. Those, and I can, let the Children's Klein multifamily folks speak further on this. Those will be units that we feel like will have what we might call approachable rents that would work nicely with the jobs that we're describing on the project. In terms of the affordable, we have had discussions, continuing ongoing discussions about the possibility of a official affordable housing, more of a workforce housing commitment. We have not determined exactly what amount that might be or whether it can be done. We're still working through costs, but those discussions are continuing and underway at the present time. But it is very important, not only as Landon Wyatt mentioned, on several projects that they've done already, they have had the multifamily near the logistics distribution jobs, and they work very nicely, and there's a lot of crossover for the reasons we've described. But we'll try to get back to you on the further details on your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bakari?
Thank you. One, it's really frustrating, especially in our last Economic Development Committee meeting where we brought the planning staff with the ED staff to talk about industrial and light manufacturing and all of these things, how much every time we're in our monthly rezoning meetings, no matter how much people love the jobs and want us to be bigger in that space, we always make this as painful as humanly possible in Charlotte for people who want to have manufacturing and industrial jobs that they bring here. And we have got to figure out this, because it's just, this sends a clear message, which is, we're always going to find a problem with it, no matter how well done you guys have done to get to this point, these last minute curveballs that we're experiencing. Two, Mr. Patton, I just want to say to you and everyone, I know how hard you guys work, and I know the disconnection. I won't go into some things that Mr. Graham will probably say, but I'll wholeheartedly agree, because he says it regularly, on the answers between county and city communication issues and things like that. But what I will say is, it seems pretty clear what happened here in relation to this and your staff, and apologies for how that was framed for you and you all. We appreciate how much you do. And finally, I think this is the most important part, is when it comes to things like this, the community benefit is the jobs. The community benefit is the industrial manufacturing that's here. So let's not lose sight of that when, it comes time, because we consistently in these rezonings and other conversations we have basically try to hold up and shake down to get what we ultimately think we want and need. And we forget that what we actually want and need is what the private sector is doing for us on a daily basis. So thank you, guys.
Okay, Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I guess he used one of the words I was going to use if I kind of took notes. It was really frustrating, right? Because the project in itself does so much good for the community in terms of jobs and housing and 50 acres of open space. And if I'm correct, Dave, it's been so long in the discussion, I think there was some communication with Parks and Rec about comments, and none was given early in the process. And am I correct in saying that?
That's correct, yeah.
And so to be here in November, and I'm a park guy. I started my career as a member of the Park Advisory Board way back then, right? And so I get parks. I love parks. I think we need more parks. I think we need more active parks. I love greenways to death, but I think we need more investment in recreation centers and those other type of things. Tennis courts. We need I digress. But we don't. I don't think we should hold this project up. I think Mr. Driggs kind of clearly outlined, I think, next steps, right? That there should be some honest discussion between Park and Rec and the developer as he moves forward. But to delay, I think would be, from my perspective, a little bit unfair at this point as we're having this discussion. We're doing a lot of discussion that should have happened probably in February and March and April, right, versus around the dais tonight. And it doesn't seem that the ball was dropped on this side of the aisle. I'm not sure. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. But it does pivot to something that Mr. Winston alluded to, didn't say it as well as Mr. Buhari, why we should consolidate, right? So we won't be having these issues anymore, that we're working from one playbook, city, county government, right? So that the left hand can know exactly what the right hand is doing, and we kind of do it together.
Second.
I'm digressing again, but if you want to solve these type of issues, they will happen over and over again, whether it's parks or housing or economic development or just basic policy making. We're grown to a size in this community that we have to really address governance issue in a really big way. That's nothing to do about what we're talking about right now, right? But I'm digressing for the third time, but it's just kind of frustrating that we keep having these same conversations over and over again, and no one wants to really kind of talk about the elephant in the county and the city. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Johnson?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have a question about the traffic, and I've discussed this with the petitioner. I see that Ms. Hull is on the line. I don't know if she can elaborate on the state project for widening Mallard Creek. I thank you, Jeff and staff, for the presentation. We've spoken several times. But my concern about this project is the infrastructure. And that's kind of the magic word of tonight. Mallard Creek is a 2-lane highway in that area. And I see all of the traffic improvements, but we still don't necessarily at this time have the infrastructure. I know that just 6 months ago, there was a 3-hour wait to get out of Concord Mills parking lot. You know, I drive this street, Mallard Creek, in that area. You see cars turning out at different driveways that are dangerous because it's a 2-lane highway that's back to back. There's also a lot of development in this area currently that may or may not have triggered a traffic study, but this area is exploding. So I would be concerned about the infrastructure and the ability to support this kind of growth. I know that I think 68% of the traffic is going to go to the highway, but there's 32% that's not. And it borders District 4, and I'm concerned about the infrastructure. I also see on page 9 of this development some information about the sanitary sewer system capacity. So if Dave can elaborate on that, on what the project or the goal is for the sanitary sewer, because right now it says that there's limited sanitary sewer system capacity. So I understand we have a vision of where we want to be, but we have to be realistic in what the city can currently hold. And I've talked about this before, responsible and strategic growth. We continue to grow without really addressing those issues that the current residents are left with. And I appreciate the jobs. I hope you all know District 4 is the district of the jobs. We have I think 6,000 to 8,000 jobs in the last couple of years. So I appreciate that. But we have to be realistic in what we can support. So my questions are for Ms. Hull, if she's able to give us some information on the widening of Mallard Creek, where this is a 2-lane highway, and also if Dave can talk about the the sewer capacity, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Good afternoon or good evening, Councilwoman Johnson. Actually, my colleague Brandon Brazell is very versed on the status of the Mallard Creek project, and so I'll turn it over to him. He's in the council chambers right now.
Yeah, thank you. Brandon Brazil with CDOT. So the petitioner was required to mitigate the trips that will be generated from the proposed development, which you see with all the different improvements that are on the site plan. But the state's project to widen Mallard Creek Road is going to widen it from a 4-lane road, which is 2 lanes in each direction, as you previously mentioned, to a 6-lane section. So that'll be 3 lanes in each direction. The limits of it will be from I-485 to Concord Mills. It is currently funded, and they're wrapping up the right-of-way phase right now according to the latest STIP, which is public information, the State Transportation Improvement Program, and construction on that is scheduled to begin right now in 2025 and wrapping up in 2027. Also, I do want to note that there is an additional project of the state's to widen Mallard Creek from 45 down south to Mallard Creek Church, and that is a committed project. It's in the back half of the STIP, so that's the last 5 years of a 10-year program. So once funding becomes available and allocated, then they'll get going on that project.
Okay, before Dave talks about the sewer, I would say if this is an opportunity for intergovernmental team or staff or us to work with maybe the state. I know there's going to be new funding with Biden's recent infrastructure improvements. You know, 2025 it's too long. I mean, this area is exploding, and it's a good project, but we have to be realistic in what this area can sustain. So if there's an opportunity for us to work with the state representatives or and try to get this a priority because of the benefits of the jobs and the housing, then I think this is an opportunity for us to really try to push this. Because right now, and if you drive out this way, I'd ask my colleagues to drive out this way. I've taken pictures numerous times since I've heard about this development. I don't think the infrastructure can currently hold this type of growth at this point. And I've mentioned that to the developer and mentioned that several times. I know this was recently, I believe this area was recently changed to an industrial area. I think recently with the new planning or something. But so I think that's what Jeff Brown meant when he said per policy. But yeah, this area is concerning, and I would ask my colleagues to drive out this way when they have an opportunity. And there are of this street that aren't 4 lanes, two lanes in each direction. There are portions of this section that are 2 lanes, 1 lane in each direction. So now, if you can give us some information, Dave, about the sewer system capacity, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll have to get that in a follow-up report for you. We don't have anybody here that's an expert in discussing the sewer capacity issues that may be in that area, so we'll certainly follow up with our partners in CLT Water and get you some information and a follow-up.
We're making such good.
But the notes in the rezoning do say that the Charlotte Water has determined it to have limited sanitary sewer system capacity, right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, but the details of what that means and how it relates to this project, we'll have to get them to provide in a follow-up for you.
Okay. And we've had the discussion in several meetings that we know that we have challenges with our sewer system. So it's just, we talk about these big issues, but then it's almost like we ignore those issues one Monday per month when we're approving development. So I just really want to take a comprehensive look at not just this petition, but all of our petitions and consider those and be proactive when we know that there are issues with traffic and issues with infrastructure and issues with the sewer system. I really like to put our votes where our mouths are.
Are you good, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to say really fast because we're still only on our second hearing. We have a lot of complicated issues that we got to get past. I would love to see a better process to talk about parks and how we reserve that space and who buys the land. We desperately need it, as I think this is pointed out. We also desperately need jobs at different income levels. Logistics and distribution is a high wage growth industry, and probably my biggest concern, aside from open space in this city, is that we are not providing jobs for people at different income levels. That's what creates an affordable housing crisis, is when people don't have jobs at different levels of pay. So I like the jobs that this would bring. I like that it's near the interstate because it complies with what we say are our goals for CEAP. And so oftentimes, you know, some of our goals collide with each other, and that's the challenge. And lastly, let's remember that this is all private land and it could go by right if this doesn't get built. So that's also a consideration, is what would go there. So I'll wrap it up with that. May I have a motion to close?
Second. Move.
Okay, Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Okay, that closes the public hearing, and Mr. Driggs would be a yes since he is in attendance.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming. Appreciate it, and for voicing your concerns. We obviously have a lot to talk about on this one, and more importantly, the issues that it raises. Our third public hearing, and I just want to remind everybody that we will vote around 9 o'clock as to whether we'll wrap up at 10 o'clock. We've got a lot of public hearings to get through still. I don't know that at this point we'll even get through them next week, and so we might have to continue it twice. So let's really try to get through as many as we can. The next item is item 24, petition number 2021-087 by Novant Health, approximately 1.91 acres, located at the intersection of Amherst Place and Lillington Avenue, west of East 3rd Street and northwest of Queens Road in District 1, Mr. Eggleston's district. It's currently zoned 06 office conditional pedscape overlay, and the proposed rezoning is mixed use development conditional pedscape overlay. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to site and building design and land use, and technical revisions related to site and building design. On this item, we do not have any opposition. So after Mr. Pettin's presentation, we will give 3 minutes combined to Mr. Lloyd Rader, Mr. Dan Blackman, and Ms. Barbara Rainey, and you will have a total of 3 minutes. So take it away, Mr. Pettin.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. 2021-087, just under 2 acres on Lillington and Amherst. It's currently zoned 06 conditional with pedestrian overlay, and it's being proposed for a mud conditional. That pedestrian overlay would still be in that area. The adopted future land uses from the Midtown Moorhead Cherry Area Plan. It does recommend residential or office uses at this site. The proposal is for up to 15,000 square feet of proposed office, medical office, or institutional uses, which could include health clinics, and similar uses. It would be limited to just 2 buildings on site. Each building would have a max height of 30 feet. Vehicular access would come through 1 point on Amherst Place and maximum of 2 points of access on Lillington Ave. Setbacks would be 16 feet on both Amherst and Lillington. Planting strips would be maintained as existing. That would help to maintain the streetscape and tree area that's out there currently on site. They would also put a new sidewalk along both frontages. We do have some architectural standards that are being proposed that address facades, limitations on blank wall expanses, as well as pedestrian connections between street-facing doors and corner entrances to those sidewalks on both Amherst and Lillington. Detached lighting would be full cutoff. That would exclude, though, any decorative lighting that would be along driveways, sidewalks, or the parking area. And all lighting would be limited to 25 feet in height. Staff does recommend approval. We do have some outstanding issues related to site and building design and land use, as well as some technical revisions to keep working through, but it is consistent with the Midtown Moorhead Cherry Area Plan recommendation, and like I said, we do recommend approval upon resolution of those issues, and we'll be happy to take questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Rader, Mr. Blackman, and Ms. Rainey. 3 minutes total.
Are you in charge right now?
Yeah, watch out.
That's dangerous, right? I disagree.
Take that up with the Mayor Pro Tem.
Good evening, Council. Madam Mayor Pro Tem, council members, zoning staff, Dave. My name is Dan Blackman. I'm here representing the client, Novant Health, the petitioner, Novant Health. With me today, I also have Lloyd Rader, and I apologize, I don't know the neighbor's name. Barbara Rainey. I'll be very quick. Didn't realize that we had a member that was going to join in our 3 minutes time. Dave, do you forward these or do I?
Just ask them to forward.
Forward. Next slide, please. I think that you already know the location of this site. It's in the Cherry neighborhood. 3rd Street is to the north. Page North, Amherst and Lillington are the 2 properties that we front. Next slide, please. Closer view of the property, surrounded by office and multifamily. It's also residential, single family and multifamily to the southeast. Medical office building and other office buildings across the street on Lillington Avenue. About 2 blocks away from PMC, Novant's main campus in Uptown Charlotte, very close to Uptown, also close to Queens Road. Next slide, please. We've already heard about the zoning. We're surrounded by residential, multifamily, single family. We are also currently zoned 06CD. That zoning designation does not exist in the zoning ordinance today. Part of the reason why we are asking to rezone. Next slide, please.
And I just want to remind you that there are 2 other speakers as well, so.
Next slide, please. To get to the crux of this, we really are requesting to change from an old zoning designation to a new zoning designation. We are actually downzoning by giving up entitlements to the existing property. The existing property allowed for 31,000 square feet, approximately 3 stories, and would have included twice as much parking as what we're proposing. What we're proposing is half the parking, half the building, and also based on Charlotte DOT's trip generation counts, we would be also reducing parking by half of what the current entitlements are. Our intent is to provide a healthcare center that is quiet. This is not a place where ambulances come to. This is an outpatient facility. If you want to slide 2 more slides, we'll show the site plan, and I'll let the Ms. Rainey speak to you guys. Go forward. While we're waiting for that, we do have a, please come on up.
Okay, you've got 19 seconds, so.
Ms. Rainey, don't worry. I'm going to buy you some time here in a minute.
Well, I'm just Barbara Rainey, and I'm here on behalf of the Cherry Community Organization. Just wanted you to know that we're in support of the petition.
Thank you, Ms. Rainey.
We will submit our comments in writing.
Okay, and you might want to stay put because I think Mr. Eggleston has a question for you. So thank you very much to all of you. No opposition, so we'll go ahead and ask if council has questions.
Ms. Rainey, that might have been all you wanted to say, but I was going to buy you some time by asking you a question of what are your thoughts on this petition, but if you have anything you'd like to add.
Well, just that they did come and meet with the community, and we did like the size and footprint of the proposed building, 1 story, which they could have built by right 3 stories. They did, we asked for the placement of a sign to designate staff parking, and the petitioner's commitment to be available to address site issues raised by neighbors throughout the development process. So I don't know if I said that clearly, but we are in support.
I didn't want you to have to sit through 3 hours of us blabbing on for you to only get 19 seconds to talk. So I appreciate you being here, and I will say that Novant has been a good partner with the communities there, and I know there was some concern expressed early on about some stormwater impacts. That has been resolved with the neighbors who had brought that concern forward. So thank you to Novant for being willing to sit down and work through the questions that folks had. I don't know if anybody's got their hand up, but if not, this one's been pretty well squared away.
Okay.
So I'll make a motion to close.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
I'm yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston? Ms. Ejmira?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The next item is item number 25, petition number 2021-092 by Charlotte Mecklenburg Hospital Authority, approximately 14.28 acres, located on the south side of South McDowell Street, east of Moorhead Street, and west of Interstate 277 in Mr. Eggleston's district. It's zoned MUD OPED, which is mixed use development, optional pedestrian overlay, and general business pedestrian overlay, and neighborhood business pedestrian overlay, and office pedestrian overlay. And the proposed zoning is for MUD OPED with 5-year vested rights, which is mixed use development district, optional, and then pedestrian overlay. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design and technical revisions related to site and building design and land use. And we've got, for this petition, we do have, we've got 7 speakers speaking in favor, and we have 1 speaking in opposition. So after Mr. Pettin's presentation, the 7 speakers, if you get together, figure out who's going to speak. You do have 10 minutes total. And then Ms. Sylvia Biddle-Patton has 10 minutes if you need it, and with a 2-minute rebuttal.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. 2021-092, 14.28 acres off McDowell Street, also has frontage on East Moorhead and Baxter. As mentioned, this is several different zoning districts, MUD O, B2, B1, MUD CD, all with a PED overlay. And the proposed zoning is to bring all those different districts together under one. MUD O would still carry the pedestrian overlay on it, also requesting 5-year vested rights. The Midtown Moorhead Sherry Area Plan does recommend residential office retail for a portion of the site, as well as residential office for a portion of the site. And so the proposal itself is for optional provisions that would relate to valet parking, vehicular circulation, existing buildings and parking and building heights. Those would all be things that would be requested through optional provisions to help facilitate the long-term development of the site. It proposes different building heights in the different development areas. Area A would be up to 325 feet. That's the one closest to 277 John Belk Freeway. Area B would be 225 feet in height. Area C would also be up to 225, and then Area D, which is that area that primarily fronts East Moorhead, would be up to 100 feet in building height. We do have prohibitions and limitations on uses throughout each development area. It does propose a maximum over 1 million square feet of non-residential use. 150,000 square feet max of that would be devoted to things like retail sales, personal service uses, eating and drinking, entertainment establishments, both type 1 and 2. It does have a maximum of 1,000 dwelling units on the site, as well as a maximum of 600 hotel rooms. It does connect Baxter Street with pedestrian improvements, cycle tracks along Baxter Street over to the existing Pearl Park Way, as well as pedestrian improvements along that road on Pearl Park. Also commits to a number of transportation improvements, which would be things like a new traffic signal at South McDowell and Baxter Street. Architectural design standards would be found throughout the project. Those would be things that address articulation, height, transparency, as well as where buildings would be sited throughout the project. Also requires the installation of planting strips and sidewalks along the street frontages, and also preserves a minimum of 10% open space on site. Staff does recommend approval. We do have some outstanding issues related to transportation, site and building design, as well as some technical revisions related to site and building design and land use, mostly just some note cleanup on those technical revisions. As mentioned, it's consistent with the majority of the area plan for residential office retail. There is some that's residential office where it's inconsistent, but overall generally consistent with the adopted area plan. And again, staff does recommend approval, and we'll be happy to take questions following the presentation by the petitioners.
Thank you, Mr. Pettin. So we have Mr. Carmichael, and are there other folks that are going to speak with you?
They're here to answer questions, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, great. Go ahead. You have 10 minutes if you need it.
Thank you. Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council and the Zoning Committee, I'm John Carmichael. and I'm pleased to be here on behalf of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Hospital Authority, also known as Atrium Health. With me tonight are Bennett Thompson and Hillary Crittenden of Atrium, Dennis Miller of Wexford Science and Technology, Atrium's development partner, and Steve Blakely and Ryan Lewis of Kimley Horn and Associates. Next slide. The site contains just over 14 acres. It's essentially located at the intersection of South McDowell Street and East Moorhead Street. It's across East Moorhead Street from Covenant Presbyterian Church. Next slide. The site is outlined in green on this aerial photograph. Once again, it's just over 14 acres. Next slide. This is the zoning map. The site is currently a mixture of zonings, all of which are non-residential, and the request is to go to Meadow PED. Next slide. The purpose of the rezoning request is to accommodate a multi-use development that would contain medical school, research, medical office, residential, retail, and hotel uses, among other uses. Next slide. In terms of allowable density, if this were approved, a maximum of just over 1.3 million square feet of non-residential uses would be permitted. Of that non-residential square footage, a maximum of 150,000 square feet could be devoted to retail sales, personal service uses, and eating, drinking, and entertainment establishments. Also, a maximum of 1,000 multifamily units and up to 600 hotel rooms would be permitted on the site. There would be conversion rights as well. The medical school would be the Wake Forest University School of Medicine, Charlotte. It's a very exciting opportunity, and we're pleased to share it with you tonight. Next slide. Next slide. This is a little washed out, I apologize, but access to the site would be from South McDowell, Baxter Street, and East Moorhead Street. The site is divided into 4 development areas, A, B, C, and D, and a reason for doing so was to specify the permitted uses within each development area and to be more restrictive as to those permitted uses in development area D, which is next to East Moorhead Street, at the request of the Dilworth neighborhood. Next slide. Once again, you can see the 4 development areas. Development area A is at the top of the page and next to I-277. B is in the center of the page. It's a yellowish hue. That's B. C is in red between B and D, and then D is next to East Moorhead Street. So this provides the maximum building heights in each development area. The height steps down as you move from I-277 to East Moorhead Street. As Mr. Pettin mentioned, the maximum height in A is 325 feet, B 225 feet, C 225 feet, and then D is 100 feet. There is a provision on the rezoning plan that provides that any building in development area D that exceeds 80 feet in height would be required to have a minimum 10-foot step back from the building facade facing East Moorhead Street above 80 feet. That's just to provide a little more articulation on Moorhead Street for buildings in excess of 80 feet in height. Next slide. This is a connectivity exhibit. Among other things, it shows the internal pedestrian circulation, which are the red lines, the vehicular circulation, which is represented by the yellow lines. There's a dashed green line, which represents a cycle track and a multi-use path that would come down Stonewall, go into the site, and connect to an existing cycle track on Baxter Street. The purple circle in the middle of the site represents a pedestrian plaza. Next slide. These are simply conceptual images of the medical school building, the research building, and the plaza area between these 2 buildings. Next slide. That really focuses on the plaza area between the 2 buildings. You can see it'd be a very active open space area that could be enjoyed by the folks who work, live, and go to school on this site, as well as the community at large. We have had extensive community outreach. In addition to the required community meeting, the rezoning team has met with Covenant Presbyterian Church and the Dilworth Land Use Committee on multiple occasions. We've met with the Dilworth community at large, the Myers Park HOA Board, and most recently the Cherry community. Although not required under the traffic study, petitioner has agreed to include a note on its revised rezoning plan that provides that, subject to the approval of CDOT, petitioner will provide traffic calming measures on Dilworth Road in the form of striping on Dilworth Road between Moorhead Street and Romney Road. We will continue to speak with the Dilworth Land Use Committee and CDOT about this matter and other matters, and we will continue to speak with any other neighborhoods or residents that may or may not have any concerns. This is what we feel is a pretty unique educational and employment and residential opportunity for our community. As Mr. Pettin stated, there are detailed architectural standards on the plan. They're really derived from our Todd ordinance. That was the direction that we got from our urban design planning department. There was a traffic study that's been completed for this development, and it includes a TDM, or Transportation Demand Management Plan, that has unique ways to reduce the traffic demand that would be generated from the site. We have Mr. Blakely here from Kimley Horn, and he's happy to answer any questions that you may have. We will not take the entire 10 minutes, and we will answer your questions whenever you're ready for us to do so. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carmichael. We have Ms. Sylvia Biddle-Patton. Ms. Biddle-Patton, don't rush. Take your time on those steps. Welcome, and if you need it, you have 10 minutes, Ms. Biddle-Patton.
Okay, I hope I don't need that. Thanks so much. Good evening. My name is Sylvia Biddle-Patton, and I'm here on behalf of the Cherry Community Organization, simply raising some concerns about this petition in its current form. I want to start by acknowledging and thanking the petitioner for offering various opportunities for community input, and we look forward to additional discussions and work sessions. That being said, there are some concerns related directly to the proposed project, including the following. Now, really none of these will come as a surprise to the petitioner. We've actually talked about a number of them. But number one, the importance of remembering and respecting Brooklyn. It's easy for those who are not natives of Charlotte or new to the area to understate the importance of this land. But Brooklyn was one of Cherry's sister communities, and we would be remiss if we did not remind you of the ugly history of this city and how this land was acquired through eminent domain and urban renewal. Yes, that may have been decades ago, but for Charlotte's Black community, the betrayal is still fresh in our minds. So when city staff and others make statements like, no displacement is occurring, or this land is underutilized, please be mindful of what once stood there before this city decided that this land was too valuable for Black communities to remain. We must be intentional about righting this wrong. More than a public apology from city leaders is needed. Secondly, affordable housing must be an integral part of this plan. A commitment of 5% affordable housing is simply not enough. If this is to be a place for people to live, work, and play, then all people who will work there must have an equal opportunity to live and play there as well. Third, there must be a commitment to mitigate the disruption and gentrification of established surrounding communities, namely Cherry and Dilworth. We must take a look at what has happened in other cities, Winston-Salem and Philadelphia, for example, to see how surrounding communities have been impacted and be intentional about learning the important lessons. We've started with Winston-Salem, but more questions need to be asked and answered. Fourth, the Board of Education must be given a seat at the table. Too many meetings have occurred without their presence. And if we're talking about STEM education, that needs to be a public education model and discussion. And then fifth, the inclusion of a free or reduced fee clinic on the campus and within the Innovation District that will be staffed by med students, residents, and faculty. Charlotte needs more options for affordable health care. These are all land use issues and a great time for us to apply community benefits agreements. We don't see CBAs as being shakedowns, and we hope that you don't get frustrated as we begin this public process. We trust that you will give our concerns thoughtful consideration. We ask for your support, in helping to make this project the best that it can be. This is yet another pivotal decision that will certainly reflect how this city council defines equity. Just remember that equity is what we do, not what we say. When we look at the Comp 2040 checklist, there are certainly more opportunities for us to check more of the boxes. Thank you so much for your thoughtful consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Biddle-Patton. Mr. Carmichael, if you would like to have a rebuttal, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I don't have a rebuttal, but I just have a response in that we're happy to engage in further conversations with representatives of the Cherry community and others, city council members, about the issues that were raised by Dr. Biddle-Patton. We do understand, to a certain extent, the history of the site, you know, the Brooklyn community that was there. And there would be an effort to recognize that history in connection with the development of the site. What that would look like, I can't answer that at this time. There's certainly nothing in the rezoning plan that speaks to that, but that's something that the team can get together and discuss and have some sort of answer for you prior to the vote. But we're happy to have those discussions. She's right that was brought up at a meeting we had last week, but we would need to look into these items a little more.
Okay, thank you. And I think it brings up an interesting point because there have been discussions about that. I've brought up when we had a conversation today about that with CMS and with the schools, and I think it's a really great point about including them. And I think what's important here is that council is being asked for 2 things. Tonight it's rezoning, but at some point it's also a tax TIG, and so is the county. And so what I had said is we have to know what for certainty we're getting, but because we'll have to give some certainty as to what we're willing to do. And I'd like to ask our city attorney, I don't know if those conversations are right for tonight for rezoning, or we should have those when we talk about investment grants. You know, I want to make sure we stay within our lanes here of when it's the appropriate time to talk about it.
Right. Yeah. The certain concerns that are not directly related to the rezoning and the land use, it probably would be better for you to discuss it in the TIG conversation.
Okay. So with regards to free clinics or reduced fee clinics, affordable housing, I know we can't talk about affordable housing in connection to land use. And with regards to CMS. So all of those conversations would really be better in the context of the tax incentive.
There are things that the developer can certainly volunteer. Obviously, as we discussed in the previous hearing, things that can't be required or demanded, but.
Right. And I know that there have been issues that have come up also from Dilworth, maybe not within the land use committee, but we've gotten some of the emails that county commissioners have about that open space and where it is. And so again, you know, that would be, we just need more certainty about that.
I think the developer can hear the concerns that were raised by the community at the public hearing and respond to those accordingly. But I would caution too much discussion about actually requiring those things.
Okay. So the public hearing for the TIG.
Right, and what they've heard tonight and what they've heard the community, they can certainly have discussions with the community directly.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I do have council questions. Mr. Graham?
I don't have a question, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, but I make a commitment tonight to not talk about the displacement or affordable housing or the impact on surrounding neighborhoods and feedback from the Board of Education or free and reduced clinics, because that would be inappropriate tonight. We will have that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you for not talking about that tonight, Mr. Graham.
Thank you.
Ms. Ajmira.
I'll follow Mr. Graham's lead here. The speaker did bring up some valid concerns that I will ask during the TIG conversation.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sajmira. Any other comments from council? Mr. Winston?
Thank you to the petitioner and the community for again, coming at this by being, I think, good community partners. I think with this innovation district and the potential development that will come with this land use will be dynamic, and that's something that this city needs. We've grown in a way, surrounded by financial institutions. This new path of development is going to provide so many opportunities. I still do not really think the community understands what kind of change this could potentially bring about, because I do believe that we will do this well, as it's been stated very well, that there are two different tracks here. There is the economic development track, and we're dealing with the land use track. I will mention some things because I think we really do ourselves a disservice when we try to silo the issues. That's why we literally passed what is called a comprehensive land use plan a couple months ago, and why we did so much community outreach here. Everything is interconnected. And if we resist that, we just encourage us to make the same mistakes that we continue to make generation after generation. When it comes down to it, this land use change is only made possible by the displacement of and the change in land use many generations ago. And while it might not feel proximate to us right now, there were conditions that we as a city put on those land use changes. Atrium, formerly known as, I'm going to have to go to the notes, the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Hospital Authority, are what is it called? A political organization of a government entity, something like that.
Quasi-governmental, is that?
Yeah, something like that. So we are both government entities that have responsibilities in those land use changes that we have made over time. And a lot of those have gone unfulfilled, but like I said, the petitioner has been a great partner in this. Community benefit agreements is a term that is used in a lot of ways, and in some ways can mean different things. And a lot of ways that we talk about it in this project are going to be related to the economic development portion of this. We have all discussed many initiatives that will create opportunities for this community, but again, to this point, it's been tied to the public investment more than the rezoning of the land use changes. In talking about the innovation campus, our team and our city staff, we've started to think through ways that our overall initiatives both helps us achieve our goals on site, as in jobs, historical recognition, opportunity for all, and creates opportunities for all parts of our community. That doesn't mean that we yet have an equity lens that we are looking through. Or an equity, the city does not have any kind of equity policy when it comes to economic development or land use. But we have said that we are going to form one. And that was, again, at the center of the comprehensive 2040 plan. So I think this project really does provide the type of opportunity to put that lens into focus. Again, if we continue to work together in good faith as good faith partners. As part of that economic development portion, right, there will be a community advisory board as part of the innovation campus. And this is something that the petitioner and the community have really been, I think, been able to find common ground on our working towards. And they both understand. And again, as this development goes up, it's going to be dynamic. I mean, there's going to be a new building every year, every couple years for a long time. And that in itself is going to continue to change the aspects of our neighborhood and aspects of our city. And we're going to have different types of challenges at the beginning, middle, and ultimate end of building out that district. So this community advisory board, has the opportunity to stay engaged and aligned throughout the building phase of the campus and beyond, right? Seeking specific input and partnership from this community advisory board, but not limited to some really major themes here, right? Mechanisms for education, talent pipelines, and workforce development, ensuring that the district appropriately recognizes the history of the site and surrounding area, and linking district success to impact this community as a whole. And we as a city can really help in that if we follow through on our promise of putting an equity lens on our work and fulfilling those promises that we did give to the Brooklyn community many generations ago, but have failed to deliver on. This community advisory board can ensure that programs discussed now are constructed in a way that provides opportunities, real equity and inclusion for all parts of our community, not just folks that are going to be directly involved with this innovation campus. But also we can think beyond just building programs and develop models that ensure companies that grow within and are recruited to this innovation campus, that will build this innovation campus within the land use that is proposed, become the corporate partners that we really do desire, right? We instill those expectations through this community advisory board about community involvement with our corporate partners and support priorities such as for housing and education. Now, again, this was a track that I'm talking about from an economic development standpoint. But in this land use policy guidance, this Comp 2040 plan, there was a lot of discussion around this idea of community benefit agreements, again, which is very different than what we talked about right here. Now, one of the points of friction was like, well, a community benefit agreement is not anything that we as the government do. This is a contract or an agreement between the community and the petitioner in a land use situation. But who is the community? Who was the community? That was something that nobody could ask. Well, again, from this hard work and being good faith, perhaps in that economic development track, we have identified a way that we can concisely and continuously bring that community to the table. Again, by this community advisory board that the petitioner and the community are working on together. And I would like to see in this land use policy some type of a recognition that we can bring some definition to what this community benefit agreement can and should look like to ensure that that equity, that payback, right, that we do owe to our community is seen. So I've talked to the petitioners. They've been so gracious with their time and their willingness to listen and push back and ask and come to some understanding, as well as community members that realize have dealt with change, generation after generation. I'm not fighting change, but I think are just asking for what they are due. So I know there has been a lot of trepidation as it's been seen as some of these legal, definitions of what we can and can't talk about. Everybody seems real nervous just to talk. I can tell you the petitioners are not afraid to talk. The community is not afraid to talk. We have passed land use policy that says we should not silo the conversation and the work in the ways that we have just tried to do. So I'm asking for us, let's explore this idea of a community benefit agreement tied to the land use, and let's lean on the economic development portion to bring us guidance and continue to find those common grounds that we can say. Again, how can we bring equity in this development with this land use change that isn't just related to the innovation district, right? It might be about education, right? To say, hey, you're getting this. Where is there an option for all CMS students to have access to this campus in the future? Is there a way to look, again, putting an equity lens on this work to say, hey, how do we look at the social determinants of health? How can we look at how those things are, how those determinants are correlated to this land use? We have the ability to do this. This is why we did all this work over these past 5 years of panels, of studies, of policy guidance. This is our opportunity to do it, not just for this, but to bring real focus into this for land use decisions that will come, and big projects. Big projects. The idea is the community benefit agreement isn't for partial to partial. It's for situations just like this. So let's keep going together. Let's not be afraid. Let's not roll our eyes about things, you know, when we want to try new things. Let's not try to put it back on the lawyer to say we can't talk about things. Let's put it all on the table and come together and figure it out. Because when we do, I think good things are, and I think that's the experience that we've been having from the developer standpoint. Please, am I somewhat accurate in my estimation? And if I'm not, please correct me, Mr. Carmichael.
Well, I want to be careful how I respond for a couple of reasons. One is there was a lot there, but I promise you I listened. And I will be totally candid with you. I don't fully understand CBAs. I looked in the draft UDO. I didn't see it in there. I could be wrong in terms of whether it will be codified. I saw a definition in the 2040 plan. And what I don't want to do, I want to be honest with you and not set false expectations as well, because there's a lot to do, but there's a short period of time because there's a fuse that's burning by which, of course, we got to get your approval to do it.
What is the short period? Can you define that? What is that short period of time?
Well, I mean, I think we'd like to get an approval next month so they can start, because the medical school, I think, wants to open in 2024. But I think the honest answer is we were happy to talk about all these things, and I'm not trying to punt it, but I also am not educated enough to give you a rational response on some of the things you said. I'm not educated enough about some of those items to be totally
And
frank.
I just want to say something here. None of us are afraid to say anything.
Right.
We find. And I think the best conversations often happen one-on-one or in groups or whatever, and there's nothing that prevents us from doing that. And we've all been doing it. There are rules at the dais that violate our laws, and if we were to get sued, it could be worse for the community, frankly, because we lose then. So I do think that there's rules that we have to follow up here. Sometimes people just would rather talk here, and that's not always the most productive. We have absolutely every opportunity to speak with you directly, and we should, and be very frank about it. I think we have, a lot of us have been up until this point. So we do have other council members that want to speak, and I don't know that anybody feels like this discussion is over, and we'll reach out to you to continue to. I understand there's a timing issue, but we have a responsibility to the community too.
Well, and I didn't mean to imply that you didn't. The beauty of the legislative process is you come here, you speak.
Right.
But this isn't everything.
Absolutely.
And you all know as well as I do that most of the work doesn't occur during the 10 minutes or 20 minutes you're here.
And that's what I'm trying to say is the best work gets done when we're meeting with the community, when you're meeting with the community. You know how we're going to feel. You guys know it. That's why the community is often confused when we just zoom through and approve decisions, because they don't get to that point blindly, right? There's a lot of negotiation that went on, and generally a developer or petitioner is going to pull something that's not going to get approved. So you guys are going to know that, and I encourage every one of us to continue to have those discussions and be very frank in what we want, and you're going to hear what 11 of us, 12 with the mayor want, what the county commissioners want, and you'll know. And your deadline is your deadline, but
and that's how we would want it to be.
we do have a couple more comments, so don't go away in case we need you. We have Mr. Phipps, then Mr. Eggleston, are you still? Okay, Mr. Bakari, Mr. Driggs, Mr. Graham, are you still?
I'll take one more crack at it.
You what?
Yes.
Okay, Phipps, Eggleston, Bakari, Graham. Okay, Mr. Phipps, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Mr.
Carmichael.
That's all right.
I know we've talked a lot, even in these few petitions that we've done so far, but I noticed that we didn't have any comments from Mecklenburg Parks and Recreation on this.
Bring them down.
But I do see here that you all are doing some considerable things with parks in this plan. So I was wondering if you could briefly describe the open space and what you're doing for Pearl Park in this plan right here.
So I'm going to ask Ryan Lewis with Kimberly Horn to answer that question, Councilmember Phipps, if I might.
Thank you.
Or Dennis, even Mr. Miller.
Papa John's. Good evening. My name is Dennis Miller. Thanks for the question. In reference to the, yeah, I can take this off here. Great. In reference to the park, we acknowledge that we are adjacent to Pearl Park, the first African-American park in Charlotte. It's approximately 9 acres. So we've been very intentional about wanting to complement that park, not to compete with that park. So what we currently have contemplated is there'd be about 10% of open space. There's actually an image on the screen here that open space is strategically situated in between the educational building, the research building, and we're referring to this as the mixing bowl. It'd be space which would be programmed, it'd be activated, it would be green space as well as hard space. And from a sightline perspective, it will have visual connectivity to Pearl Park, as well as there will be enhancements for sidewalks connecting to Pearl Park, as well as connecting to Uptown and Kenilworth. And there will be bike lanes which are included, and a slightly different approach with the bike lanes. The bike lanes will be integrated with the pedestrians, therefore increasing the protection for the bikers versus having the bike lanes integrated with the vehicles.
Wow. Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phipps. Mr. Bakari.
I was just going to quickly say, as you sum all this up in the conversation we're having today, I think it's very important for us to recognize and understand the relevance of land use decisions in the past, while also understanding, as it relates to this land use decision before us now, the community benefit first and foremost is the jobs. It is the innovation district. It's the transformation that this community will feel over 20 years, much like we felt the transformation in Johnson and Wales and the culinary world here, or fintech and how that's evolved on its own. So I think it's just really important we send the right message to all the people in the private sector who are lined up next for their transformational deal that Charlotte is indeed appreciative of their efforts and open for business.
Thank you, Mr. Bakari. Mr. Graham.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. And again, I think you said it earlier. Again, I was tongue-in-cheek. I think you got what I was saying, that these conversations were happening over the last several months. And so we're not avoiding them. We're just respecting the boundaries that we have to work within tonight. Certainly, this is a land use discussion. I think it's a very, very great project. I've said it. I've been on record of supporting it. There's some dotting up the I's and crossing up the T's that has to occur, and that will occur in a different setting. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Eggleston will be our last speaker.
Mayor Pro Tem, I have my hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Driggs. I didn't see you there.
Next.
Go ahead, Mr. Driggs. Yeah.
Just briefly, I want to affirm our appreciation for the very large investment that Atrium is considering and the benefits that we can expect from it. You hear that there is a diversity of opinion around the dais. We have things we need to resolve among ourselves, but I believe the petitioners are entitled to rely on the rules that are out there and operate within that framework rather than be expected to respond to unresolved issues that we're still talking about here. So I, for one, really do appreciate this opportunity for Charlotte and want to make sure you understand that there is a diversity of opinion here, but there's also a lot of appreciation for the investment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Driggs. And Mr. Eggleston to bring it home.
Yeah, I think it's mostly been said, but I'll just, call it what you want. But every single time we talk about incentives from local government, or every single time we talk about TIGs, we talk about how is it going to benefit the community. So you can put a label on that if you want, but the fact of the matter is we don't approve those things without believing there is a genuine and substantial benefit to the community, and we'll continue to do that. And I think there's nothing, heeding advice of our lawyer is not fear to talk about things. Those conversations have been taking place, and they will continue to take place in the appropriate time and space. So motion to close.
Second?
Yes.
Mr. Jiggs, Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Ms. Swatlington?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming tonight and for waiting for a long time to have your voice heard. Thank you to the petitioner and the team who's done so much work on this, and we'll meet again. Thank you very much. Okay, the next item is item number 26 by Madame E. Homes, approximately 56.98 acres located near the southeast intersection of the Plaza and East W.T. Harris Boulevard in the Hickory Grove community. That's District 5, Mr. Newton's district. It's currently zoned R3, single-family residential and mixed use. Proposed rezoning is R8, multifamily residential conditional, and the staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design. And we have 5 speakers led by Mr. Colin Brown. Speaking in favor of the petition, we don't have any opposition. So go ahead, Mr. Pettin, and Mr. Brown, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. 2021-097, about 57 acres right on the plaza, does have some frontage on Harris Boulevard and adjacent to Rockmore Ridge Road. It's currently zoned R3 and MX2. Proposed zoning is for all the site to be brought in under the R8 MF conditional zoning district. The East District Plan, which is one of our oldest area plans, recommends single family up to 4 DUA, as well as residential uses up to 8 dwelling units per acre. That's the area in green there. Given the age of the plan, we do apply the general development policies, and it does support criteria and consideration for over 17 dwelling units per acre. The proposal is for a residential community containing up to 260 single-family attached dwelling units. That comes in at about 4.5 DUA. There are transportation improvements, including things like streetscapes improvements to James Road, which would be a curb and gutter, an 8-foot wide planting strip and 6-foot wide sidewalk. Also construction of a 100-foot right turn lane and concrete median. That would help enforce a right in, right out condition. Also, construction of a 150-foot left turn lane and a 100-foot right turn lane storage at Access A. They have internal sidewalks proposed for all internal streets. And also those transportation improvements outlined in the conditions would be substantially complete by the issuance of the 50th certificate of occupancy for buildings on the site. Have architectural standards that are worked into the plan that include things like blank wall provisions, no more than 5 town units per building, and also a recessed garage for architectural treatment along street frontages, and also 0.25 acres of improved open space, which may include trails, hardscape features, seating, or enhanced landscaping. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have some outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design to work through, but again, we do recommend approval, and we'll be happy to take questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Brown.
Madam Mayor, Colin Brown on behalf of the petitioner, Jerry Whalen with Madame E. Homes and Matt Mandel with ESP are joining us virtually. I'll try to move quickly. We do have some slides. Just as Dave mentioned, well-located site, walking distance to Reedy Creek Park. If you can go to the 3rd slide, please. Just south of the middle school, walking distance to grocery store, retail, medical offices, and post office. So literally every item you're looking for, we can check. I'll go ahead and we'll skip all the way to slide 15 if you can. We initiated this position with one parcel. You can see, if you see that parcel to the left that is mostly green, it is currently zoned for townhomes. We're essentially bringing that into our rezoning petition, but we are not building much on it, which leaves it almost all open space. A couple of items I wanted to mention. We're showing potential connectivity here. There's a lot of sensitivity when you connect to existing neighborhoods, as you know. So to meet the requirements of the ordinance, we're showing 2. However, next slide, we are asking for a subdivision exception request. We already have one connection to the neighborhood to the south of us. They would like us to limit that as much as possible. The connection I have highlighted there, we are showing, because staff has asked us to show it. It does cross a sensitive wetland area, so we are seeking an exception to that request, and if that is approved, we would provide what is in the bottom right-hand corner, which is just an area there without a vehicular connection. Again, we already have the other vehicular connection to Rockmore to the west. Next slide. This has been a next slide. Theme tonight on county, believe it or not, maybe it's our next slide. We found a last-minute county request that did not come, it was not in a memo. We found it as kind of an obscure line item on one of the comment memos that Brittany happened to find. So we got that very late in the game, and Mattamy, being Mattamy, moved very quickly, and they're showing on the next slide potential to accommodate a 2-acre park with access to Harris Boulevard. So we're going to try to get, that is not currently in our plan, but we'll try to get it in the plan before zoning committee. Thank you. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Council members have any questions? I have a motion to close the public hearing.
Move.
Second.
I have a question, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh,
I have
okay.
a hand up. Sorry, it might have gone up a little bit late. But, and I think maybe Councilwoman Ajmira does too.
Okay.
Now kind of scanned in the screen. I wanted to thank the petitioner for working with the community as closely as they have on this petition for literally months now. I also want to thank them for their dedication of green space to the west. I think that, given the substance of the conversations we've had thus far tonight, this is just, I think, really opportune timing. And once again, I want to thank them for that. As it pertains to Dusky Pine Drive, that has been the subject of a lot of conversation within the community. There already is an existing connection on Rockmore Ridge Road, Dusky Pine. So a Dusky Pine connection would certainly be more expensive, but at the same time, I think it would increase the environmental impact on site. There is wetlands, or there are wetlands there, and in the interest of our CAP and our community benefit goals, I think a variance or an exception here makes a whole lot of sense to me. I just wanted to pose the question to Mr. Pettin. Outside of just the simple black letter of our ordinances, and kind of sticking to just that, the language of the ordinances, what benefit, if any, would there be to having this connection just outside of just adhering to the ordinance itself?
I mean, there's always benefits to multiple points of connectivity to either existing or new neighborhoods, just to provide other means of getting to point A to point B if there's an emergency or traffic blockage of some sort. The more points you have of connection to kind of get through, the better. But as Mr. Brown alluded to, a lot of times when you're tying into existing neighborhoods, those cause quite a bit of consternation. So, we try to work through that as best as we can. Obviously, there's some wetlands that would be involved in a connection here as well. So could be some rationale for maybe not providing that, just given the environmental sensitivity. But anytime we try to find existing connections and tie into those for new development, we try to do so. But we also try to be somewhat sensitive to what that means contextually to the existing single-family homes or other homes or uses that might be adjacent. So, but really, again, the benefit is just to provide as many points to get from one place to another, and just give options to vehicles to get through should there be an emergency or blockage of some sort.
I think, and so to that point, I mean, I look at this, we're not talking about a completely insulated community being proposed here. I mean, we have a number of connections off the Plaza, off of James, off of W.T. Harris, that I think are alternative ways that would be used anyway, right outside of this small interior connection point. So I would just put that out there as a point of reference, maybe moving forward as the variance and or exception is considered here, because I do think, given the circumstances here and that environmental impact, it makes a lot of sense that we would make the exception under these circumstances. So that's all I have. I will second any motion to close this hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Newton. And we have Ms. Ajmira also, and just the other council members speak up after Ms. Ajmira is done, just because Ms. Jackson had to step away for a minute. So go ahead, Ms. Ajmira.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. So just a quick question. Is this connected or is there some sort of connection to the Reedy Creek Greenway that we just were told about, which is from all the way from Rocky River Road to the Plaza Road extension? So I wasn't sure if there was any connection to this park.
If we could bump back to slide 15, maybe that'll work. And I saw Bert here tonight, he and I discussed earlier. So Reedy Creek would be to the north. If you see that far northeast arrow, the Reedy Creek Nature Preserve is up there. The county is working to bring that more to fruition. You can see through our site, there's essentially a green belt that will run up to that connection point. And then it kind of made sense when we got the request for the park that if we could fit it in on the Harris side, then potentially you have a new, kind of pocket park with frontage on Harris that connects to our internal trail system that can connect you up to the middle school and Reedy Creek. Makes a lot of sense.
So it is connected to the Reedy Creek Greenway.
Well, the site is connected, and maybe I should let the parks expert answer if you have detailed questions on that. But the Reedy Creek Nature Preserve is on the north side of Plaza.
Yeah, can we get park and recreation person, staff member to respond to that? I know we just got an invitation for the Reedy Creek Greenway. So I guess, would there be a way to connect to this park here?
Yes, the intention would be for the Greenway to eventually connect into this new neighborhood, the existing neighborhoods along Plaza Road and Plaza Road Extension, as well as the elementary school, middle school, and the CPCC campus in this area.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I think that is all the speakers that we have. We have it. Okay, thank you. Mr. Driggs. Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps? Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Ms. Watlington? Mr. Newton?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Thank
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, this is Watlington.
Okay, thank you very much. That closes number 26. We'll move on to item number 27, 2021-102, Ardent Acquisitions LLC, approximately 6.9896 acres located along the south side of Hamilton Street, northeast of Brookshire Freeway and west of Statesville Avenue. District 2, Mr. Graham's district, and it's currently zoned R5 single-family residential. Proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. The staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of technical revisions related to site design. We do have opposition to this petition tonight, and so after Mr. Pettin and Mr. Carmichael, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got Mr. Carmichael, Tyson Riley, Dan Putnam, Thomas Sadler, Caroline Sadler, Charles Burris. So jointly you'll have 10 minutes in favor. And then speaking against, James Lockhart, Renee Williams, Janice Farr, and Sheila Johnson. Together you will all have 10 minutes as well. So go ahead, Mr. Pettin.
All right, thank you. 2021-102, just under 7 acres on Hamilton Street. As mentioned, it's zoned R5 currently. Proposed zoning is for UR2 conditional. They do have a request for 5-year vested rights. Central District Plan from 93 calls for single-family residential up to 4 DUA. We do run GDPs under this, given the date of the plan, and that does support residential density up to 12 dwelling units per acre, so it would support the requested density proposed in this project. project. This project is proposing up to 83 townhome units. That comes in at just under 12 DUA at 11.93. Max building height would be 50 feet. We do have 8-foot planting strip and 6-foot sidewalks along Hamilton Street's frontage. Walkways would connect all residential entrances to those sidewalks along public streets. Do have a Class C buffer that would abut the single-family homes that are behind off Polk Street. Commits to urban open space areas with seating, pedestrian walkways, and landscapings. Also provides visitor parking, and each unit would have a 2-car garage. Architectural details include things like primary building materials, usable front porches, pitched roofs, and other items. Staff does recommend approval. We do have some outstanding issues related to land use, as well as some technical revisions related to site and building design. While it's inconsistent with the Central District Plan, it is consistent with the general development policies that support up to 12 DUA. And again, we'll be happy to take any questions following presentations by the petitioners, as well as members of the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pettin. Mr. Carmichael. And will the other individuals that I read, will they be joining you, or are you speaking on their behalf?
Yes, ma'am. 3 of them will be speaking.
Okay, great, thanks.
Madam Mayor, Pro Tem, members of the council and the zoning committee, I'm John Carmichael, and I represent the petitioner, Arden Acquisitions. With me tonight are Tyson Riley, the petitioner, Dan Putnam of ESP Associates, and Thomas and Caroline Sadler and Charles Burris of the Greenville community. They will address you shortly. Next slide. The site contains just under 7 acres. It's located on the south side of Hamilton Street between Burton Street and Polk Street. Next slide. This is an aerial of the site. As you can see, the site is adjacent to I-277 and is located across I-277 from the Music Factory. Next slide. The site is currently zoned R4, and the request is to rezone the site to UR2 CD. Next slide. And the purpose of the rezoning request, as Mr. Pettin stated, is to accommodate the development of up to 83 single-family attached townhome dwelling units on the site. The overall density would be 11.93 units an acre, and the general development policies support up to 12 units an acre on this site. Next slide. Next slide. This is the rezoning plan. Hamilton Street is to the north and west. I-277 is to the south on this plan. Access to the site would be from Hamilton Street, and it would be by way of a main street that would have private parking, private on-street parking. Alleys would feed off of the main street and serve the units. Each dwelling unit would have a garage. The dwelling units that are adjacent to Hamilton Street would front Hamilton Street. Tree save areas would be located on the site as generally shown on this plan. A tree save area would bisect the middle of the site along the existing stream. There'd be a tree save area in the northeast corner of the site, as you can see. The tree save, and there also be a 30-foot wide landscape area planted to the standards of a Class C buffer along a portion of the eastern edge of the site. And the landscape area, the tree save area, and just the layout of the site, we think would provide a good bit of separation between the proposed dwelling units and the single-family homes located to the east of the site. Architectural standards are a part of the petitioner's rezoning plan. Vinyl would not be a permitted exterior building material other than on windows, doors, garage doors, soffits, trim, and railings. Usable front porch or stoops would be a part of the architecture for this project. An 8-foot planting strip and a 6-foot sidewalk will be installed along the site's frontage on Hamilton Street. Next slide. Next slide. Petitioner has been in discussions with city staff regarding the urban arboretum trail and other community improvements in this area. Petitioner has also been in discussions with Mr. Thomas Sadler regarding the Place of Peace Garden. The proposed location for that is to the west of the site, as you can see on this aerial photograph. This is a proposed neighborhood amenity planned to be located, once again, to the west of the rezoning site. As we understand it, Mr. Sadler has been working with the Charlotte Urban Design Center on this proposed amenity. As a result of conversations with Mr. Sadler and city staff and the desire to bring this amenity to the neighborhood, petitioner has agreed to fund the $100,000 cost to complete the planned improvements to the Place of Peace Garden. The next slide. This is a aerial or photograph, excuse me, from the Place of Peace Garden location to downtown, as you can see. It would include a gazebo and gathering areas, benches, open space areas, and landscaping. And as we understand it, the urban arboretum trail would go to the Place of Peace garden. Next slide. This is a site plan that was provided to the petitioner that shows the proposed improvements to the Place of Peace garden. Next slide. And this is a rendering that shows the gazebos, landscaping, and some of the seating elements. Petitioners also having discussions regarding contributing towards educational and historic markers along the urban arboretum trail that would be located in this area. Petitioner will know more about this prior to your decision on this rezoning request. I'm going to turn it over to the Sadlers and Mr. Burris. And then we're happy to answer your questions, and thank you for your consideration.
Welcome, everyone.
Thank you so much for hearing us this afternoon. My name is Carolyn Sadler, and I've lived in the Greenville community for 40 years, or a little bit better. I was part of the old Greenville when they tore down the first Greenville. I've watched each segment of Greenville be built, and it brought new neighbors, it brought new housing, and each time we got better. And I am here to support the 83 homes that are going to be built, because that would give us a bigger voice. This is the last piece of land that Greenville has, and it would give us 83 new neighbors that's going to be rooted there in the community, that could pick up the ball and carry on. We're aging out, and the next segment that comes in, the next generation, do not want their grandparents' houses. And to have new construction, bring new vitality to the community, it would sort of ensure that Greenville will live on. And that's why I'm voting for the new homes.
I'd like to say good evening. My name is Thomas Sadler. I was born and raised in the Greenville community. My grandparents, all Greenvites, and as well as my great-grandparents. Moved away when urban renewal came, gone for just a short time. However, we moved back in 1980, and we wanted to be a part of the new direction that Greenville would take to become a more desirable place to live and raise families. We're embracing change today because I was there when it was considered slum and blighted. Now we've reached a place where it's become desirable, and we want to continue with the progress that's been made. After study have concluded that we need more rooftops in order to gain more amenities in the neighborhood. We're here to support this project and to let you and the developers know that not everybody is opposed to the townhomes that's been proposed.
Good evening, Council. I'm Charles Burris. I've lived in the Greenville neighborhood for 20 years, and it's short and sweet. I'm for this change. I think change is good. We look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all three of you. We now have Mr. James Lockhart, Ms. Renee Williams, Ms. Janice Farr, and Ms. Sheila Johnson, and you all have a total of 10 minutes.
Well, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. My name is Sheila Johnson, and I live in the Greenville community, and I'm a Charlotte native. I reckon you could call me an overachiever because I purchased my home when I was 21. in Greenville, so I'm vested in Greenville, and I'm against the rezoning petition. The proposed rezoning in number of units will almost double the number of residents in the community. And yes, they give us more voices at the table, but that's a lot of people in a small area. So Greenville is open to inclusiveness, and the current demographics in the community represents diversity. The initial intent behind urban renewal in Greenville was affordable housing. Now, during that time, it consisted of blue collars, pink collar, and some folks with no collars. I believe that the parcel can still be developed with the current zoning. Now, gentrification is trending in Charlotte. Wesley Heights was once 90% African American. It is now 25% African American. Wilmore, which is now recognized as a historic community, African Americans representation over there is 20%. So as a citizen and as a social worker, I seek to understand where are those African American families. Now, I got these numbers from a recent airing on WBTV on Your Side segment Friday evening. Now, Mr. Derek Russell reported the story, and I take him to be a credible reporter. So, in closing, I'm not sure when affordable housing became a stigma. It's a leg up. It's reaching back and helping someone. So I believe everyone should have an opportunity for home ownership, just like I did with my 3 sons. Now, the mindset has somehow pivoted from reaching back and helping someone else. It's more of a mindset, I got mine, so you get yours. Too bad, too sad. Now, I believe 2 Zoom meetings does not equal relationship building in a community. It does not. Now, this Peace Garden, it's a good concept, but in the original plans, and I heard you, Mr. Graham, state that you like the outdoors things and tennis courts. Well, that was in the original plans when they did urban renewal. Where are they? Where are the tennis courts? Where are the water fountains? And where are the restrooms that we was promised in the park? So in order, I think, to get on board with this project, going to need to be more transparency, more relationship building, so that trust can be established. And Mr. Graham, I've reached out to you. I left you 2 voice messages on 2 different numbers. I sent you an email, and used the verbiage of our young people. I feel like I've been ghosted. You haven't returned any of my communications. Until we can dialogue, then I can better understand, because I seek to understand. And I thank each and every one of you for your time this evening. May the Lord keep you.
Thank you. Ms.
Janice Farr.
Ms. Farr, thank you.
And I will be brief. I've been in Greenville since 1980, so I've been over there for 40 years also. But the thing that I noticed greatly is that Hamilton Street is now a thoroughfare for all the traffic going to the Music Factory, Advent, live events, the club, and so forth. And these people park on Hamilton Street already, not only on Hamilton Street, but also in the parking lot at the school, because we have Walter G. Byers School on Hamilton Street too. So we have the school, we have the condos, or what we want, single-family homes, because there will be less traffic that leads to Advent and Music Factory and Comedy Zone and so forth. So we are not the only ones here tonight that feel like that would not be the best for our community. We worked hard, we did, as a community, to go out into the neighborhood and get these petitions signed so that you all would know that we are in agreement to no for rezoning. We have petitions signed. We also have signs in our yards saying that no, single-family homes, yes, because this is what our neighborhood is built for. But condos and townhouses, we know that that would be just too much traffic for us. We can't get out as it is already. So this is all I have to say, and thank you for letting me speak to you all. I did send you all some emails, and I didn't get an answer, but I'm here tonight to speak for my community. Thank you.
Ms. Farr, if you want to give the petition to our city clerk, she can scan them to make sure that we all get them. Okay. Yes.
Good evening. My name is Renee Williams. I lived on Hamilton Street for over 29 years and was not notified by Ardent Acquisitions about the 83 townhomes that they wanted to develop on Hamilton Street. It wasn't until James and Sheila knocked on my door, or else I wouldn't be standing here today. According to mecmc.gov, the median household for Greenville residents in 2009 was $26,914. The City of Charlotte website states that 55,000 Charlotte residents don't currently have affordable place to live. That's 3/4 of the Panther Stadium. Greenville is affordable. Greenhaven Apartment is an income-based affordable housing opportunity. Many of us in Greenville received a house through a program when there was no skyline. Even newcomers are opposing the development. 83 townhomes prices between $300,000 and $400,000 would change the face of Greenville. It will bring higher taxes. I believe there will be an extra 200 cars in the community. There has been an increase of speeders. Cars have been hit. A car ran into my neighbor's house, and many, many near misses. This came along when the North Carolina Music Factory came into existence. We all know Charlotte is a hot market. Let's not forget the Greenville residents who lived here for years. The retirees, the single moms. We don't want you to price us out. From what I see, some developers see the skylines and dollar signs. I'm asking you to vote no to rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
You're welcome.
Thank you all for speaking as well tonight. Mr. Carmichael, you can come and give a 2-minute rebuttal if you like.
I get a chance to speak.
Oh, who is that?
Hello?
Oh, Mr. Lockhart.
James Lockhart.
I think,
James Lockhart.
one moment, Mr. Lockhart, because I think we hit the 10 minutes. Oh, go ahead. You have 2.5 minutes.
Showing we still have 2 minutes.
Yep, you do. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you, guys. And very quickly, tonight we've heard about a lot of different issues that council has heard about. We've heard about marginalized communities, and we've heard about urban renewal. Of course, that is taking place and has taken place in Greenville. But the issue here is whether or not to rezone this almost 7 acres for 82 townhomes. If, as our leaders, you get out and talk to our community, which we have less than 250 homes, and I've covered about half of them on foot, they will tell you they don't want this, and they will tell you why. As our leaders, we're asking you to vote with your constituents and not your conscience. We have leaders in the community that may not be with us, but again, this is a democratic society, and it should be majority wins. And I implore you, before you make this vote, to get out in Greenville, talk to the residents, look at the signs. Half of the residents don't even know about rezoning or how this process works. And so we have had to work behind by trying to get them educated to what we can do in order to stop this. So I'm just asking each council member to do on this vote right here, please just don't vote your conscience. Please vote the way the neighbors and your constituents want you to, and that means you need to get out and talk to us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lockhart. I appreciate it. Okay, that is it for the speakers. Mr. Carmichael, if you want to take your rebuttal. Okay, you don't have to.
No, I understand. We appreciate their comments, but we don't have a rebuttal.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have first, Mr. Winston.
I have a question. What is, there's a little sliver of land that is not part of the petition that is still going to be zone R5. Can you tell me?
It's it's about 7/10 of an acre. It's planned to be, I have a slide that shows where it is. Council member?
Yeah, it's right there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's to the west, but it's a place that would be a garden with gazebos and seating that would serve the neighborhood, the community that Mr. Sadler's been working on. And when the petitioner spoke with city staff about the Urban Arboretum Trail, they mentioned that opportunity.
No, and I do think.
I'm sorry, which way? Oh, am I talking? Are you, Mr. Councilmember Winston, you talking about the Place of Peace Garden?
There's a little sliver of, I don't think it's part of the property.
Oh, you're talking about to the, right there between the road?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's right away.
That's right away. Oh, okay.
Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
Okay, cool. No, thank you to the community members that came to speak. I had the pleasure of living in Greenville for a year, so I know how wonderful that community is and how it is changing. I think it's another reminder that city, one of the difficulties that we have here is that we don't have an equity policy when it comes to any land use decisions. And, we are, trying to solve for these things, but until we come up with that, we're not given many options here. One of the difficulties is that, again, this is another neighborhood that's directly affected by urban renewal and the promises that we made but still can't keep. And it is not surprising that this is coming before us now, because what do you have? You have millions of dollars that have been put into around this area with infrastructure improvements, with the new bridge going over 77. You have millions of dollars of investment that's going on in Camp North End. You have the music factory. And so every land use decision that we have is going to, in some situations, is going to make things more inequitable. I will say that, the market would say if there was an option for single-family homes now, it would have been happened. That land over there provides, I think, some difficulties from a development standpoint. I do have some concerns, though. I don't know. I don't think this is the petitioner's concern, but I know that lot is often used as overflow parking when there are festivals that happen. Yes. So I don't know how we account for that with that land use change. Again, it just highlights that we continue to not be able to fill our promises because we have not done the equity policy work that we have promised our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Winston. Mr. Eggleston?
Yeah, I wanted to first thank Ms. Johnson for being an advocate of affordable housing, and I appreciate you saying that that's something we need more of. I guess where we get torn sometimes is because if someone were to build, and to Mr. Winston's point, if this were necessarily the best option, they could do it without having to come through a rezoning process. But if someone were to build the 34 single-family houses that are allowed today instead of the 83 townhouses, it certainly would have less of an impact traffic-wise to the points that were made earlier. But it would also mean that those houses would be likely 50 to 100% more expensive than the units that would be built under this proposal. So I caution, we have to figure out how to strike a balance between the density and the traffic and the impacts of that density, but also the affordability, because when we take a parcel of 7 acres and we put less units on it, those units are going to be more expensive and less attainable for people in our community. And I see that in my neighborhood as people build grotesquely large single-family homes and are selling them for 4 times what I paid for my very small home. So I don't want us to go so far in the direction of trying to minimize traffic impacts and the impacts of density that we make it so that even fewer people can be in what, as Mr. Winston said, is a great community with good access to a lot of the amenities of our center city. part of our housing crisis is simply we don't have enough housing. So I want to make sure that we're mindful of that. And to the points about traffic, and there is a real traffic issue over there with the Music Factory. Matter of fact, I'll be over there with a friend tomorrow night for a show at the Comedy Zone. And I know that and I've driven in and out both ways on Hamilton and where it turns into Music Factory Boulevard. I think that's an issue that we can try to collectively help address outside of this rezoning. Oftentimes, there's an issue that's been building, and it takes a rezoning hearing for it to sort of bubble up and for us to hear about it. But it sounds like it's already an issue regardless of what happens with this parcel of land. And so I think regardless of what happens with this rezoning, it's an issue that we can help you guys tackle, working with our Department of Transportation, create some traffic calming solutions, make it less appealing for people to use the residential exit from the Music Factory, make it more appealing for them to use the more commercial exit on Music Factory Boulevard. So I think that's something we're committed to assisting with regardless of how this plays out. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. And let me, too, thank the residents of Greenville on both sides for being here tonight. And I apologize if I missed a phone call. But as you know, we spent an hour together at the neighborhood meeting with the residents for and against, as well as the developer. I think it was probably like almost an hour and a half that we talked about the issues. I did also drive the route that I said I would and drive through the community so I can actually see the lot, the entrance in and out of the neighborhood via Hamilton, et cetera. So I'm very familiar of the landscape over there. I have a couple of questions. The first one would be, was a traffic study performed?
So, Councilmember Graham, it was not required to be performed by CDOT because it didn't reach the trip threshold, which is don't come anywhere close to it, which is 2,500 daily trips. According to CDOT, the current entitlement would generate 390 trips. The proposed would generate 590 trips. But the petitioner did ask Kimberly Horn to do an analysis to see what the peak hour impact would be of the proposed development versus the developing under the existing zoning, because CDOT doesn't typically do that in their memo. And according to Kimberly Horn, it was 7 additional AM peak hour trips compared to if the site were developed under the existing zoning, and 8 additional PM peak hours. So 7 in the AM, 8 in the PM, and then of course there's about a 200 daily trip differential.
And so the park, will it be built simultaneously with the townhomes?
So it would be a contribution to a foundation. I don't know exactly. We can find that out for you. I don't know the answer to that question. I know the contribution would be made prior to the first CO. But in terms of when that would actually be constructed, I can follow up with you on that.
Have you guys established a price point for the townhomes?
Yes, sir. Price point, mid-300s.
And I think that's the point that Councilmember Larkin made is correct, right? If there are less units on that lot, the price of the homes will be significantly higher. And so it's a delicate balance between the two, right? Between a $300,000 townhome, which is very expensive to some, yes, sir, versus a $500,000 home that will increase the properties for everybody around it at the same time. Just a point of observation. It's a tough issue for sure. There are friends on both sides, supporters on both sides. I appreciate the honest dialogue that we did have via the virtual town hall meeting, and we'll see what happens when we make the final vote. Thank you, everyone, for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bakari?
I just wanted to mention something more broadly, not necessarily directly related to this, but something after hearing you guys speak. I've had a concern that a lot of our communities haven't fully engaged in what we do and voted on in the 2040 comp plan and what we're going to embark on in the UDO. And if you're not familiar with it, again, several of you expressed your feelings about single-family homes in your area. a majority of this council has moved forward to abolish single-family zoning as an approach so that duplexes, triplexes, and even quadplexes can potentially be built by right in any of those areas that are there. And several of us that have fought against this are of the belief that many in our community do not yet know or understand that. But if you think about it, I mean, all of those single-family homes you're picturing that weave the fabric of the character of your neighborhoods right now, there won't be anyone sitting in front of us having a discussion. They'll be able to come in and doze them over, and instead of buying one $300,000 single-family lot or home, they'll sell three $300,000 triplex unit. And I think this is the reality by which most people in East and West and parts of North Charlotte truly feel. And I don't think we got that finger on the pulse of it. But I'm so grateful that you guys came down and said that. And I hope my colleagues, as we go into the UDO of this, will remember it's not about how many people played the board game and then they said, yeah, that'd be great, and that's this. It's the people when they realize you can do what next door to my house without me having any view or opinion on it. So I hope this is an opportunity beyond the tactical nature of what you've discussed and what's happening here, that you get versed in what's going on and spread that word.
Ms. Ajmera?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I appreciate speakers on both sides here, and there are some valid concerns around displacement. To petitioner, is there any component of affordable housing? I didn't see that in the notes here. Or is that something that you'd be willing to consider?
There's currently no provision in the notes for affordable component. They're tended to be for sale units, council member. I mean, it's something we can have discussion, but at this point there's no plan to do that. But that being said, we're happy to talk about it and follow up. Break the law.
Sure, I'd be interested in the follow-up if there is a willingness to consider adding that to address some concerns that's been raised by our speakers. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. One of the speakers mentioned that the average area median income in that area was $26,000. I'd be interested in learning the area median income for that area, because that's something that we as council might consider as what the average home prices are currently versus the proposed petition. Because what happens, and there were speakers on both sides, there are homeowners that want to see increased value in their neighborhoods. But what happens is when the tax rate increases, they're displaced. So maybe that's something that we as council can take a look at. What is the area median income? What is the average home prices? How are $350,000 units going to affect their tax rate, and how can they realistically afford it? One of the things that I work with the city manager on for Hidden Valley, they're part of a pilot, an anti-displacement pilot. So perhaps we can take a look at those tools when there's development in these specific pockets. And I appreciate the speakers, I appreciate the history, and this is something that we can take a look at. One of the speakers also said equity is not what we say, it's what we do. So I think these were powerful presentations, and I think we need to take a look at this one closely and look at area median income.
I'm going to ask our city attorney to weigh in on that, because we might be crossing the line on that.
Crossing the line on what?
She's going to tell you.
Ms. Johnson, talking too much about a price point outside of just policy and specific to the particular rezoning is something that you have to be careful with. to talk about the median income and the development in that area in general. As a policy is fine, but with respect to a particular rezoning, you have to be very careful.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm just repeating, someone asked the price point about the unit, so I just repeated it. But anyway, I'm more interested in looking at the area, the average price of the homes or the area median income currently. I'm just I think we should come up with some type of policy, and maybe that's for the anti-displacement committee. But that's something when you know that there's going to be an imbalance, we can't ignore that. So I just think that that's something that we should consider, maybe take a deeper dive in looking at that. But if we know that more expensive units are going to increase the tax rate for these residents significantly, then it's up to us as council to really try to protect these residents. So we can work with the city manager or something for some anti-displacement, maybe tax subsidies or something, because I don't know that the residents, because their area is going to change. The 2040 plan, and we've made policies. Most areas are going to change if they don't have the deed restrictions. And areas like this with affordable land are going to change. The issue is how do we protect residents so that they can benefit from the increased value in their neighborhoods. So I just like to really take a deeper look at that and comparing the current versus the future and how we as a city can develop policies to bridge that gap. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to the speakers for coming out and your presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. May I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Driggs, Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston? Ms. Ajmira? Mr. Newton? Oh, Mr. Sorry, Ms. Ajmira? Ms. Ajmira? Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson? Ms. Johnson, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Okay, that closes the public hearing. I just want to do a time check right now. It is 9:15, and at the rate we're going through these, we do have opposition on on the next two, 28 and 29. 29 was so at best, we're probably going to not get past item number 32. And so anybody who's here for 33 through 43, we're going to have to continue that after tonight's meeting, so to the next meeting. So if we can keep things on track, council members, and try to keep your points concise, every opinion is important, but we could be a little more concise in our comments, we can hopefully get through item number 32, which does have opposition. Therefore, there probably are speakers here in the chamber. So again, that's up through item number 32. We're going to try our best to get through. The next item is, therefore, number 28. Bear with me. Rezoning number 2021-116 by Kevin Boyd, approximately 0.05 acres, located at the intersection of East 35th Street and Whiting Avenue, southeast of North McDowell Street in Mr. Eggleston's district, District 1, currently zoned single-family residential, R5. The proposed zoning is mixed-use development optional. Staff does not recommend approval of this petition in its current form. Staff could support the petition with further clarification of proposed uses and with added conditions that better address impacts to adjacent uses. And again, this is item number 28. We do have speakers against. So we have speaking in favor, Jacob Hoare, Colin Brown, Brittany Linz, Kevin Boyd, Jeff Osborne, Lynn Leslie. Yes. So, Mr. Brown, are you speaking for everyone, or?
Mr. Herr will also be speaking on behalf of the NBA.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
Oh,
2021.
I'm sorry, Mr. Patton.
That's okay.
I apologize.
2021-116 is on East 35th and Whiting Avenue in the NoDoc community, currently zoned R5. Proposed zoning is for mud optional. Proposed future land use from the 36th Street Transit Station Area Plan, recommends residential uses up to 5 dwelling units per acre for the site. Proposal is to allow for adaptive reuse of an existing building that's 740 square feet. There is some notes to allow a future expansion of up to 60 square feet, so that would total 800 square feet when it's all said and done. We do have prohibitions on some uses like gas stations, self-storage building, accessory drive-through windows. Doesn't limit building height to 40 feet and hours of operation from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Do have illustrations for locations of trees to be removed, as well as enhanced landscape areas. Proposed accessible ramps will be installed at 35th and Whiting frontages, so you'd have the ramps on both corners there. And then also optional provisions would allow for the existing building to remain without conformance to the mud standards, would eliminate parking requirements for uses contained in the existing building and outside areas, allow deviations from typical streetscape requirements in coordination with CDOT, and also allow deviations from the site triangle requirements. Those are all optional provisions that, try to get to the point of getting to reuse an existing building that didn't conform to ordinances and wants to just basically stay in its current state but be reused for some new purposes. So, as mentioned, staff does not recommend approval of the petition in its current form. Staff is supportive generally of the concept of reuse of this building for non-residential uses. Historically, that's been the traditional uses that have been in there. It's been a kind of a various list of different uses that operated more as legal nonconformities. This rezoning would allow for some of those uses to be reestablished. But there are some things looking at the site plan that we would like to see better addressed that went beyond just recommending approval with resolution of those issues being taken care of. We felt that just the way it was presented just needed some additional tweaks, and hopefully we can get there to a point where we'll reevaluate our recommendation before the zoning committee meeting. Should those issues get addressed to satisfaction, then that recommendation could potentially change and be more favorable. But we do support the reuse of the building. We just, again, want to see it tightened up and dialed in a little bit better to offset some of those potential impacts to those adjacent residences. So with that, I'll conclude our presentation, turn it over to the petitioner and the public, and we'll take any questions at the end of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Mayor Pro Tem and council members, Colin Brown on behalf of the petitioner. Also, Kevin Boyd, the petitioner, is available virtually if you have questions. This is kind of a cool, quirky spot in NoDa. Next slide. You've got, here's an aerial photo. To the, I guess, the left there, you see that big building. That is the Congregate. There was a pretty controversial rezoning in NoDa a couple years ago that allowed the adaptive reuse of that old church building. So that has been completed. It is now a co-working space. There's a good bit of surface parking there that would allow some potential parking sharing with this use, and then a townhome developments that have developed around that. Our site is that tiny triangle there with a star on it. Originally, this parcel was larger. The property right behind it, you can see, is zoned urban residential. So this parcel actually used to be larger. Someone rezoned that so that they could fit a home on it. So it was rezoned to accommodate that home that is now next to the structure. And this is one of those structures. Next slide. If you drive through, you see these kind of cool, quirky buildings. It's been a lot of things. I think that building probably predates the zoning ordinance. So it was there at a time when we had, different uses interspersed into neighborhoods. Has been a variety of different things. Most recently and most highly public, it was going to be a soda shop, which would have had some food and beverage in the neighborhood. Unfortunately, that project did not go forward, and when it ceased to be used for commercial purposes for over a year, it lost its non-conforming status. So now virtually nothing can be done on the property. Mr. Boyd he is not a prominent developer, but he is local, kind of drove by like a lot of folks and had a vision for the site. So he has purchased the property. Next slide. And this is what it looks like today. So as Dave mentioned, little 700 square foot commercial building sitting on the corner. Next slide. Trying to figure out what can be done with it. So we quickly realized to do anything, we would need a rezoning, and so approached staff and the community about this. This, to me, strikes me as the type of thing that we want to hear. We want to see in NODA, and that community always says to us, why don't you bring us something cool and unique and genuine? Why do you guys always wipe out NODA's history, and why don't we have some cool stuff? So it's been interesting to work with them. We held a community meeting here on site so people would come out and see it, and I mean, true story. Folks ride up on a bicycle and they go, oh, make it an Italian bistro or a French bistro. There's a lot of excitement about it. I know some of the adjacent, you may hear from some folks that are not excited. That doesn't mean there's not excitement in the community about it. So happy to continue working with the team. Next slide. So really the goal is to preserve the existing building, add some streetscapes and pedestrian improvements, preserve existing trees. Next slide. As Dave mentioned, staff is not supportive in its current form. We're continuing to work through some additional items. Here's our development standards. Next slide. These are some of the changes in response. Initially, our goal was to have a rooftop terrace also. 700 feet is not very much, so we're trying to get some additional square footage. We've taken that off the table, so there's no rooftop. Councilmember Eggleston, who's a supporter of, I think, fun, funky uses, said, hey, this is a cool idea, but can't go late night. Heard from the neighbors on that, don't want a bar or anything like that. So he had a suggestion on hours. We've limited those from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. We've got prohibited uses, all the big ones that you would not want. I think if there's feedback from the neighborhood, you'll hear from some folks tonight that do not want food, beverage sales. They don't want a kitchen on the property. Frankly, that's the only way to make this viable. So we are still requesting that. We're working on sidewalk pedestrian ramps, working with CDOT to have it more pedestrian friendly, and we are working on the location and screening for the trash and refuse, which we'll continue working on, hopefully get a new plan to you all next week. Next slide. I think that's it on my end. I'll pause there, and I think we have another speaker teed up virtually.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and staff. My name is Jacob Haar, and I'm on the board of the NODA Neighborhood and Business Association and representing our president. Over the past few months, the petitioner has engaged with NODA to present their plans and address the concerns of the association. I sent a letter to Council and staff this morning that the NODA MBA is in support of the petition. It was supported by 3/4 of our association, as well as unanimously supported by our board. As mentioned by both Colin and Dave, this petition focuses on the adaptive reuse of a pretty small existing building that was previously used for commercial, such as yoga studios, art studio, event space, and others. It furthers the goal of preserving the neighborhood character while providing a vibrant urban environment, and it also has the opportunity to provide a home for a local small business. Additionally, recognizing the potential impact to the immediate single-family zoning, the petitioner has put in some restrictions for operating hours, certain uses, and so forth. There's a few areas, given that proximity, that we would like to see further included in the plan. Many that are on this page right here just need to be put into the conditional notes. That includes the more suitable location for the trash enclosure, restricting operating hours to 10 p.m., as well as restricting the rooftop expansion, which have all been noted. We thank the petitioner for their efforts to work with the neighborhood on the project, address our concerns, and we look forward to welcoming a new small business in the neighborhood.
Thank you very much. Is that it for your speakers, Mr. Brown?
Unless Mr. Boyd, who is virtual, hasn't. Kevin, anything you'd like to add?
I'm here. Just want to thank everyone for the opportunity and look forward to this process. Again, I'm not a developer of any stretch of the imagination, and truly committed to the benefit of the community and whatever comes of that property. So thank you for your time here, and I'll see the rest of the minute.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we have three speakers speaking in opposition: Corey Lale, Michael Reed, and Sean Mayo. Are one of you online, or is it just the two of you tonight? Okay, great. And what is your name?
Sean.
Okay, you're Sean. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you in advance for listening to our concerns. I'm Michael Reid, and next slide, please. And Corey and I are representing a number of the residents. You can see in this map there's a number of residents with actually a lot of kids and babies in the area, so it just gives you an idea of what the neighbourhood is currently like. It's basically, if you're walking through the neighbourhood about 8 o'clock at night, it's very quiet and peaceful. If you go to the next slide, please. So Corey and I just want to make it personal. Like, we are adjacent to this property, but we're, as I say, representing the greater neighbourhood. So there's my house. I live there with my wife. I moved in 3 years ago, and you can just see the views. I can see directly across from my house. I look right at the soda shop. Currently, we call it the soda shop because it was going to be a soda shop. And if you can see the view from the actual property over to my house, so it's very close. So I would be obviously not as excited as the NODA Business Association of some of the uses. But I must say, it's important. I did purchase the home with the understanding of the historical uses of that property. It was signed as soda shop. I knew there was history. It had uses in the past. It was an office, yoga studio, art gallery. I was perfectly happy with those uses. If you go to the next slide, I'll just talk about my concerns with some potential uses such as a bar, restaurant, be noise, hours of operation, smells and grease from a hood, be trash, obviously be more trash with a bar and a restaurant, and then just that would potentially impact the properties in the area in terms of the ability to sell and the value. But we're not against rezoning per se. We want it basically to be rezoned in a similar fashion to the congregate workspace. There were stipulations there about hours of operations. You couldn't have a bar, brewery, restaurant, etc. So we think it's just reasonable to think you'd apply the same kind of logic to the congregate workspaces, which is right beside it. So that's my piece, and I'll hand over to Corey.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. My name is Dr. Corey Lale. I'm the adjacent resident right beside. Thank you for your time tonight. I own the residential property at 914 East 35th Street, which is directly adjacent. As this petition has written, my family and many surrounding neighbors' opinion is not reflected in the NODA NBA vote. Can we go to the next slide, please? That being said, I talked with Kevin many times about this personally, and it is that me and my family want a successful business here. I don't want to walk outside of my front yard and see an abandoned lot. I don't want this to be a money pit for Kevin. I don't want this to be a failing establishment. But all we're asking for is some limits that Michael talked about that were at the congregate space, and add some stipulations that will maintain the nature of our neighborhood. And as I promised Kevin, the owner, before, that I promise with the backing of this very 2 to 3 block radius, we will make this a successful business. We will have his back. Let's take a go around my family's home. Can we go to the next slide, please? So this is my property here, along with my wife and my 4-month-old daughter, Margot. If you see the very top picture on the right, the second-story window is Margot's nursery, so she's 4 months old today. If you look directly in the front there at the little window unit that's everywhere around NODA, right outside the front porch is going to be the backside of what we call the soda shop, and then just another picture there. There goes to another point that Michael has made recently. My biggest concern is the commercial kitchen. I know that we're not going to have an exhaust fan that's going to pump out to 35th Street. We're also not going to have an exhaust fan to pump out to Whiting Avenue. So the only option for an exhaust fan for a commercial kitchen is going to be directly into my house, onto my driveway, into the side of my house, and onto Margot's window. So that is one of the biggest concerns that is not really established in this in the limitations so far. If we go to the next slide, please. Here is next slide, please. Here's another look at the just how close it is. It's about a 10 to 12 foot difference between the back of his wall, back of the adjacent property's wall, and the side of my wall. That is my car directly right there. There's been no approval into any type of landscape barriers whatsoever. Right now there has been talk, but nothing written down. This also is a place where they're planning on putting the trash, which is also going to be directly below my 4-month-old daughter's room, and beside my wife's car right there. And with the addition of trash, we also have a rat issue, which is also an issue that I have literally had to call the I guess, exterminator about approximately 2 months ago with the sewage system in NODA. In addition, as a close community that supported Local Loaf right down the street about a block away, we just don't need another restaurant in that area. They battled through the pandemic and did a great job, and we just don't really feel like that there's a need there. As I end, I want to make a few things clear on my perspective. We as neighbors want a successful business at this location. We just want some guidelines to protect us, our families, and our property value. My daughter is my main priority, and I know the neighbors around me who have infants and toddlers would agree with that, and those who have accepted me into their family as their family will say that this property petition, as written, will have a direct and a negative impact on our children. And my last point, I phrase as a question: if this was your home, what protection would you want? I doubt they would be too different than mine. Thank you for your time, and have a great evening.
Thank you very much. Does the petitioner wish to have a rebuttal?
I don't think we have a rebuttal. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Eggleston.
I think primarily for Mr. Brown, I hope we're actually not too far apart here because, the first thing we discussed, as you mentioned, was the hours. I can appreciate folks who live right here don't want to hear folks at 11, 12 o'clock at night. So I appreciate the willingness there. I do think that, and I'll say too, as someone who also represents the Belmont community, and I'm sure most of you have been to the Belmont community, I think one of the things that makes the Belmont community unique and special is that there is what I believe to be, and I think most of the neighbors would agree, is an appropriate mix of uses in that community. And so if you look at Ace number 3, if you look at Sweet Lou's Barbecue, Bottle and Bloom, which is a florist, bottle shop, Culture Shop, which is a wine and cheese and sort of provisions store, all of those are in legacy corner stores, which were headaches to the community in their past iterations, but are now amenities to the community, both old and new residents. And I think they wouldn't trade those for anything. And I think it increases their property value. I would love to live next to one of those places. They all actually serve alcohol too, but they all have similar limitations on hours. I don't know if those are self-imposed or rezoning imposed, I don't recall, but either way, I've never encountered an intoxicated person at any of those 4 businesses, despite the fact that they all sell alcohol and they're not there late. So I do think that something like this can work and can work well and be something that's an amenity to the community. I will ask a couple things, Mr. Brown, based on some of the comments there. I can certainly appreciate, as someone who's worked in restaurants most of my entire life, the concerns around trash location and around an exhaust fan. So I guess one thing that maybe you already have, and if you haven't, I'd appreciate you exploring it, is as you look at the church across the street that's been adaptively reused and opportunities to do a shared parking agreement there, would there be an opportunity to do some sort of a shared trash location agreement, a shared dumpster agreement, something like that, where if there were fryer grease that needed to be disposed of, if there were particularly food trash that needed to be disposed of, could it be taken across the street at the end of the night and put somewhere there in some sort of agreement that maybe is in addition to the parking agreement? The exhaust fan, I don't know if you've got something in mind in response to that, if there's an idea of where that might be, or some of these businesses like a Culture Shop in Belmont, I presume doesn't have an exhaust fan because they're not, they probably don't have a hood system. I think it's mostly like a sandwich grill or press type of kitchen setup. I do think that's a question that'll need to be answered in the screening between I'll call it the soda shop too, and Dr. Lael, the immediate neighbor there that's, would you say 10 feet? 12. Yeah, 12 feet. I do think some sort of a screening arrangement there, be it fence or landscaping or whatever, that's mutually agreeable would be appropriate. But do you have has there been any other discussion on the exhaust fan?
Sorry, I got a communication from Kevin, who indicated the building was plumbed for grease when it was upfitted for the soda shop. and still not sure if there are actually plans for the exhaust fan. This may not have an exhaust system at all, but that's something we'll look into. As I mentioned, we talked to Congregate about sharing parking. They were, of course, open to that in a lease arrangement, maybe. It's an interesting question about the trash, which I haven't contemplated, but we'll certainly talk with you.
And I don't know if that's a thing. I don't know if people do that, but it seems like it would be possible. And I think then it removes some of the odor concerns, some of the pest concerns, at least to a degree. So I am in general support of finding a new use for this. I am personally, and I can appreciate that there are people that disagree, comfortable with it being an eating and drinking establishment. I do think continuing to hone in on what the prohibitions are around amplified sound at certain times, indoor versus outdoor, seating indoor versus outdoor, the hour, again, I'm appreciative of that. In finding some of these things, particularly as it relates to smells and exhausts and trash, I think are reasonable compromises. But a building that is, I think, 70 or 80 years old, I certainly, and it sounds like the neighbors are in agreement on this part, I certainly want to make sure that we preserve it. I'd also be curious if there were an opportunity for some sort of a preservation covenant on that building, which I think, as a preservationist, is appreciated for the long-term maintaining of the building, but also I think could maybe alleviate some concerns of future changes to the site that could occur. So I think that's primarily my questions for now.
Okay, Ms. Seshmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I see that as staff could support this petition with further clarification of proposed use. So I'm just trying to understand from staff, are there any specific concerns that staff has in terms of a certain use that that could be harmful to the neighbors?
We just need to go through the list in MUD and dial that in a bit more. I think we do want to talk a little bit about the difference between the EDEs that could be proposed and just kind of have a little bit more of a conversation, understanding of, we certainly realize that we may not know exactly what the end use will be, but I think we kind of know what the petitioner would like it to be. So I think we can start there and kind of work backwards to see, are there other uses in MUD that we need to further restrict? MUD's a pretty open district, so all uses in that, may not be. If it's not an EDE, what are the other uses in MUD that it could be, and do those cause concern? So I think we need to just scrub through that list a little bit more intently.
Fair enough. So would restaurant, or what they are proposing here, what are your thoughts on that?
I think as we kind of alluded to, and certainly kind of echoes some of the comments from Councilmember Eggleston, I think that makes some sense, but I think there needs to be a little bit more clarity on what kind of activities will go on in that outdoor patio area. Are we talking about, amplified sound, live music, things that could be a little bit more of a problematic or concern for area neighbors? I think also screening and location of where the trash pickup is and all of that is certainly very critical to a building that's got close proximity to residential behind it, so we need to get that a little bit better dialed in. But I think overall as a reuse with the potential for some type of eating and drinking establishment, I don't think we see that as too far of a stretch or ask. So I think we just need to dial in the parameters to make sure that it operates in a way that's about as harmonious as you can get with existing residential.
Great, and I do look forward to, like Mr. Eggleston said, I think there are certain concerns that's been raised by neighbors, especially around trash and fan exhaust and other things. I think I look forward to getting an update on those and looking forward to getting those addressed by the petitioner. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Seshmira. Mr. Phipps.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I had the opportunity on Friday to speak with some neighbors on another petition, and they recommended that I go drive by to look at this particular petition. So I don't know. I know we have several people in the audience that I don't know if you all were with me and other neighbors on Friday, but this shows then that there's other people that are just as concerned as these folks that are in here tonight. So I did have an occasion to go by this quaint little building there. I mean, it's a small building. And I think I can agree with the staff that we have to do something to restrict the uses that are currently allowed under that particular rezoning classification, because I can see that it would be easy to really decimate the character of that neighborhood, given the location of this structure, the closeness of adjacent property owners. I mean, when you talk about screening, I mean, I would encourage my colleagues to actually go by the site and look at it. And even if you're talking about screening, I really don't see how there's enough there to be doing any screening. I mean, with respect to placing a dumpster or, I think that the uses that were there previously,
so much for hurrying up.
less intense uses. I think it used to, somebody said it was a yoga place, a yoga establishment. I think it was a small bakery at one time. I think it was an art gallery. So those uses were not as intense as what could be allowed with a mini pub or a juke joint.
I'm sorry, what?
It's a juke joint, which I don't think is part of the proposal.
A mini juke joint, okay? But even a restaurant with a fan, I mean, I think their concerns are legitimate. They talk about grease traps and things and what that would cause and stuff. So I would encourage my colleagues to go visit the site like I did. I mean, NODA used to be in District 4. So it was good to go back over there and meet with those neighbors as an at-large representative. So I would encourage you to go by and just look at the site, and you would agree with me that that site, as currently is and situated, it definitely does not present itself as something of intense use than what it was in the past. So I would encourage us to see if we can narrow down those uses within this district to the point where that community and neighborhood would not be disturbed in such a way as to be detrimental to those who live in that area.
Mr. Brown, for Mr. Phipps' sake, can we make sure that this is not the kind of place where people will be doing the Charleston or the jitterbug?
You're going to do the Charleston here?
I did receive a text that said it would not be a juke joint.
Okay.
I can confirm that. We'll add that to the list of prohibited uses.
We're going to come and see.
And now you know why we recommend ending at 10 o'clock.
Close. We're almost there.
We get a little punchy. Okay, thank you. We have a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, Mr.
Yes.
Drake, Mr. Bakari.
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston. Yes. Mr. Phipps.
Yes.
Mr. Winston.
Yes.
Ms. Hashmira.
Yes.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Newton.
Yes.
And Ms. Watlington.
It's late.
Is Ms. Watlington still with us?
Not late.
Okay. Oh, look, there you are. We haven't seen you all tonight. Okay, item number 29 is petition number 2021-130 by DRB Group. Approximately 5.6 acres located on Rosl's Ferry Road between Cornett Way and Bungalow Road in District 2, District Councilmember Graham's district. It's currently zoned light industrial, conditional, and R22 multifamily residential. Proposed zoning is R2 urban residential conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of an outstanding issue related to transportation and requested technical revisions related to the environment and site and building design. We have 3 speakers speaking in favor: John Carmichael, James Martin, and Benji Lehman, and then 1 individual speaking against, Lois Moore. So you each have 10 minutes if you need it.
Thank you. 2021-130, as mentioned, is currently zoned I-1 as well as R22MF. The proposed zoning for the site is to rezone to UR2 conditional. The adopted future land use is from the Central District Plan from '93. That does recommend single family up to 4 DUA as well as industrial, light industrial uses along Roswell's Ferry Road. We do run the GDP for this one. It did provide support for density up to 12 dwelling units per acre. The petition is for the development of 58 single-family attached dwelling units at a density of 10.38, so it does come in under that GDP recommendation. Building height is limited to 45 feet. We do have dedication of right-of-way along Roswell's Ferry Road at 35 feet from center line. Also installation of 8-foot planting strip and 6-foot sidewalk along all public street frontages, and ADA-compliant bus waiting pad along the frontage of Roswell's Ferry Road. Does commit to design standards for building materials, entryways, blank wall limitations, as well as porches and stoops on all corner units that face a public street. Light fixtures are capped at 21 feet in height, and also commits to providing open space with landscaping and seating. As mentioned, staff does recommend approval of this petition due to some outstanding issues related to transportation and technical revisions related to environment and site and building design to work through. While inconsistent with the adopted Central District Plan, it is consistent with the general development policies for up to 12 DUA. So with that, we'll conclude staff's presentation, and we'll take any questions following the petitioner and public presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patton. We have Mr. Carmichael and Mr. Martin and Mr. Lehman. Are they with you as well? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council and Zoning Committee. I'm John Carmichael, and I'm here on behalf of DRB Group. With me tonight is James Martin of the petitioner, and Mr. Martin's available to answer your questions. Next slide, please. The site contains about 5.6 acres and is located on the west side of Roswell's Ferry Road and the east side of Clyde Drive, south of Coronet Way. The site is located in close proximity to the Stewart Creek Greenway. Next slide. This is a little better map of the site. You can see it's outlined in red, and once again, it's between Clyde Drive and Roswell's Ferry Road, just south of Coronet Way. Next slide. And this is an aerial photograph of the site. The site is outlined in green. The site is currently devoted to a large truck repair shop. Next slide. And this is the zoning map. Approximately a little less than half of the site, I guess approximately half of the site is currently zoned R22MF, which is a multifamily zoning district that would allow up to 22 units an acre. The eastern portion of the site is zoned I1CD, which is, of course, an industrial zoning district. All the property to the west of the site is currently zoned R22MF, and then to the south, east, and north of the site, those parcels are zoned B2, which is a business zoning district. Next slide. As Mr. Pettin stated, the request is to rezone the site from I1CD and R22MF to UR2CD, to accommodate up to 58 single-family attached townhome dwelling units on the site. The overall maximum density would be 10.38 dwelling units per acre. So from a density standpoint, it's less than what the zoning of the western portion of the site would otherwise allow. And of course, the request is to rezone the eastern portion of the site from an industrial district to a residential district. Next slide. Next slide. So this is the rezoning plan. There would be one access point. Roswell's Ferry is to the top of the plan. Clyde Drive is to the bottom of the plan. There would be one access point from Roswell's Ferry Road and one access point from Clyde Drive. Originally, there were two access points proposed from Clyde Drive, but after meeting with area residents who expressed a concern about the two access points, one of the access points from Clyde Drive was eliminated. Also, a planning plan along Clyde Drive was included on the rezoning plan as well. The single-family attached dwelling units adjacent to Clyde Drive would be set back 30 feet from the back of curb to be more consistent with the single-family homes located across Clyde Drive from the site. To reduce the massing of the buildings that are next to Clyde Drive, those buildings that front Clyde Drive, the maximum number of dwelling units in those buildings would be 3 dwelling units per building. In terms of the height of the buildings, maximum height, The building to the site plan left that's next to Clyde Drive, and then those 4 buildings that front Clyde Drive, the maximum height of those units would be 40 feet and 2 stories. The remainder of the buildings could have a maximum height of 45 feet. Each dwelling unit would have a garage. That once again, the dwelling units that are adjacent to Roswell's Ferry Road and those adjacent to Clyde Drive, except for those end buildings, would front Clyde Drive. Architectural standards are part of the plan. A 21-foot wide landscape area plant to the standards of a Class C buffer will be established along a portion of the site's southern boundary line, which is Plan East. And there'd be an 8-foot plane strip and a 6-foot sidewalk installed along the site's frontages on Clyde Drive and Roswell's Ferry Road. We appreciate the planning staff's recommendation of approval, and we'll address the outstanding issues this week, and we appreciate your consideration, and we're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
So I have here that Mr. Benji Lehman also wants to speak in favor.
He's not here, Councilman
Okay,
Phipps. He's the engineer on the project.
Okay. So we have Ms. Lois Moore was going to speak against the project? Yes, sir. Okay. Welcome, Ms. Moore. You have 10 minutes also if you choose to use the full 10 minutes.
Good evening, Council. My name is Lois Moore, and I am president of Eleanor Heights community. I stand before you tonight because of my community. I've lived there nearly 60 years, and I'm no spring chicken. Eleanor Heights is a small, quiet community of approximately 55 homes with retirees and hard-working, low-income families. A petition number 2021-130 has been filed by the DRB group requesting zoning of property, as you know, on the west side of Roswell Ferry Road and the east side of Clyde Drive from I-1 Light Industrial CD and ARA 22 MF multifamily to UR 2 CD. So 58 units of town homes can be built. Eleanor Heights will not benefit from these townhomes because of the cost. And as we know, Charlotte has an affordable housing problem. And we were told that these townhomes would not be affordable. With these townhomes, there will be an increase in property taxes, more pollution, more traffic, increasing the danger of our children. There are already school buses that come through the neighborhood, so that is already adding traffic. These townhomes bring no amenities. They're just going to be townhomes. Due to gentrification, many individuals, people of color, and especially the poor, have been pushed out of their communities by wealthy developers. In this instant, the developer is requesting the same zoning change that Eleanor Heights requested over 7 years, from 2012 until 2019, We asked to become single family, but we were denied. Each month, one, Mr. Alberto Gonzalez from the Charlotte Planning Department attended our community meeting. We also invited Mr. Jaaba, who came to our meeting, but we were still denied. His words to me, and I quote, "We don't want to piecemeal." So I don't really know what that meant, but that's what he said to me. Rezoning has taken place all around Eleanor Heights, Turner and Rosas Ferry and Judson Avenue. And at the same time that Eleanor Heights was requesting a zoning change, these properties were being rezoned as well. You could see the big yellow and blue sign, but I have yet to see a sign on the property in question. We sent a petition to the zoning department. Attention, Mr. Jaaba, on October 22nd. But we did not get a response. We're asking you to please hear us and please deny this, because we had already asked to be rezoned before this group asked to be rezoned, and we were denied. And for you to approve this would be a slap in the face to the residents of Eleanor Heights. You see, we canvassed the entire neighborhood and did this petition and sent it to the planning department. And we're asking you to please deny this. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Mr. Carmichael, would you like to have a rebuttal?
So we are aware that Ms. Moore and Eleanor Heights had wanted to get their neighborhood rezoned from R22MF to a single-family district. I think it was some time ago, and we've talked briefly with her about that. But she's right in that these would be market-rate townhomes, and there would be an increase in traffic under the proposed rezoning from the existing zoning of about 70 vehicles per day, according to the CDOT memo. But in a real sense, it's a down zoning from the existing zoning, because you've got industrial on the eastern portion of the site, and then you've got the multifamily 22 units an acre on the western portion of the site. But we're happy to answer any questions that you may have, and we appreciate the time that the residents in that neighborhood have given to us to talk to them about this.
Thank you. We do have a question from Ms. Ajmera.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. So, as the speaker had mentioned that there was a rezoning that was denied, and I didn't see that in the list of rezoning history in the area. So staff, if you could just speak to that and why it was denied. However, this one is planning staff has provided recommendation of approval for this petition.
Yeah, there was not a filed rezoning that was denied. I believe there was some requests or conversations, this predates me, to change the R22 zoning that's currently out there, but there was not a petition that went through the process or an act of council that denied any request. I think it was a conversation, a request the community had with the planning department. And again, I don't know the time frame of it. I'm aware of some of the history, but not all the details of it. But there wasn't an action by council to deny a rezoning request.
Yeah, I'd be interested in hearing what the ask was, even though it wasn't in front of the council. It was just a discussion between the community and the planning staff. I'm just interested in hearing why it was denied, and this one is being suggested for an approval. I mean, the speaker brings up a valid concern here that needs to be addressed. So, thank you.
Okay. Can I have a motion to close? Oh, Mr. Phipps?
Yes, please, Mr. Phipps. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Carmichael. I noticed those townhomes look kind of tight on that site plan. I was wondering if you could elaborate a little bit on provisions for open space.
There'd be 10% open space and there'd be 15% tree save, Councilmember Phipps. And, you know, there's some separation between the units because, for instance, the units in the buildings that face Clyde Drive, there are only 3 units per building. The density has gone down from the original proposal of 66 down to 58. But it would be a minimum 10% open space. There'd be a 15% tree save requirement as well.
Okay. I have a question for staff. I hope it's an appropriate question. I have been criticized in the past for asking questions, but I noticed in our books there's a comment in there for the Charlotte Department of Housing and Neighborhood Services. A lot of times they have no comments submitted, but in a few instances they have a clause in there where they expressly encourage developers to consider diverse price point housing or whatever. I asked the staff, is that something that's, it doesn't appear that this is something that's routinely included in each section of our packet, but more or less maybe selected petitions. So inasmuch as we as a city, we're facing serious affordable housing issues, and it appears that a lot of times petitioners come before us and I don't know, I don't get the impression that they are considering different housing options, in several cases or whatever. So is it our practice to include that language in our packet that would call for an encouragement of consideration of different housing options in some of these petitions, or do we selectively choose petitions where we would use that particular language?
I would have to have a follow-up conversation with our folks in Housing Neighborhood Services to see what their evaluation process is for either providing that comment or providing a different set of comments for each petition. I'm not sure what criteria they review that under, and if there's some predetermined set of items that precipitate that kind of response. So I'd have to follow up with them to give you a little bit more information on it, but I'm happy to do that.
It's pretty simple. It's illegal for us to bring it up.
Well, I mean, we bring it up in our packet. That's what I'm saying. I mean, but to have language in our book that has that clause in it. So that's why I'm bringing it up. So I would appreciate a follow-up, as you had mentioned, as to if there's any particular reason why some petitions have it and others don't.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Graham, you have a comment?
Just a question. Did I miss any conversation in reference to parking?
Yeah, there would be garages. The units would have garages, Councilmember Graham, and then there would be some guest parking as well. I believe it is 16 guest parking spaces on site.
Could you give me just an overview of your neighborhood meeting? I know there's folks here, obviously.
So we had
observation.
yes, sir. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I'm sorry.
So we had a Zoom meeting, community meeting. I don't remember the specific date. I think there were 2 or 3 residents that attended that meeting. And then we had another meeting on site. I don't remember how many people were there. Maybe 10 people were there. We met with a follow-up on site to talk about things that they might want to see, such as the elimination of an access point on Clyde Drive, plantings along Clyde Drive, that sort of thing. And then when those changes were made, we did go out to Ms. Moore's house a couple weeks ago and dropped off that plan.
So there were some requests made and concessions made based on those?
Well, yes, we met exactly on the street on Clyde Drive in front of the site and went through the plan, and one of the concerns that they had was the 2 access points on Clyde Drive, so that was eliminated. The engineer checked with subdivision and CDOT, and they said that was acceptable to eliminate that.
I mean, these issues get tougher and tougher as we begin to do a lot more infill development, and rightly so. There are people really, really concerned, and so am I. I'm not sure what the answer is, but obviously there's some tension in the community relating to how we're growing. There's no doubt about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Make a motion to close the public hearing.
Okay, all in favor, Mr. Drew?
Yes.
Mr. Wakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Thank you. That was item number 29. I had hoped we could get through 32, but it doesn't look like we're going to by 10:30. I wanted to ask the folks who are still here, are you here for 30 or 32? If you are, could you raise your hand? Which ones are you here for? 30 and 32? Okay, 30 does not have opposition. We're going to try to get through that real quickly. And then we'll try to get through 32. So, and then Mr. Brown, I'm sorry, but okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I will add that, and I will do those all in one motion to defer those. So we will go now to item number 30. It's petition 2021-187 by Dowell Finch, approximately 27.34 acres located east of Pavilion Boulevard, north of Harris Houston Road, and south of North Tryon, Council District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. It's currently zoned mixed-use district conditional. Proposed zoning is R3 single-family residential. And this is a conventional rezoning, which staff does recommend approval for. So again, it's conventional. We don't know the uses, and we'll go ahead and hear from you. You'll have 3 minutes as soon as Mr. Pettin is done.
Yeah, I'll keep ours very short and brief here. As you mentioned, it's an MX2 existing zoning condition plan, proposing to zone that down to a conventional R3, which is just single-family residential. Northeast District Plan recommends single-family and multifamily uses up to 60 UA and greenway uses for the site. So the petition is consistent with that plan recommendation. We do recommend approval. It is conventional, so no site plan or conditional notes to speak of. So we'll take any questions that you may have following any presentation or additional information shared by the petitioner.
Well, good evening, Madam Mayor Pro Tem and members of City Council. I'd like to thank you for your time this evening and also for your service to our city. My name is Dowell Finch. I'm a commercial real estate broker here in Charlotte with New South Properties. I am the actual petitioner of this site, but representing the seller in a transaction of this 27-acre piece of land, which is essentially being, the request is for a downzoning. So this can be acquired by the county for use of a park. So I know there's been a lot of talk earlier from Commissioner Powell and from a lot of folks on all sides, but it seems like there's a lot of support for parks in general. This property is being acquired by the county, so it can be converted to a park. So I'm really only here as a resource and happy to answer any questions that you may have. And I'd like to turn it over to Bert Lynn with Mecklenburg County Parks and Recreation.
Good evening. County intends to acquire the piece of property for a public park. Upon acquisition of the park, we would begin meetings with the neighborhood here and start to identify opportunities for.
Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, yes.
If it, because this is a conventional rezoning, all the uses that would be allowed in the, which district?
R3.
R3 would be allowed. So if you could make your comments more broad, we don't want to hear exactly what's going to happen on the site because we can't, it can't be
Can't make decisions based on that.
If it's not a conditional plan.
Absolutely. The site as it exists is difficult from a development standpoint with a more intense development due to topography and the existence of utilities on the site. There is adjacency to Mallard Creek for future Mallard Creek Greenway, which is also part of the Cross Charlotte Trail. That concludes our comments.
Thank you. Any comment, Mr. Phipps?
Yeah, so do we, so I noticed this was going, the proposed zoning was R3, but I thought that the lowest single-family zoning was R4. Is that not correct?
R3.
R3?
Yeah, R3 is the lowest.
I didn't think we had R3 anymore, other than existing, you know? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ajmera?
Yeah, well, thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. So from all this conversation about parks and recreation, well, here we have a rezoning that addresses that.
We can't talk about that.
Thank you.
Our attorney just said that we can't talk about uses. So and she mentioned that because the speaker was going to mention it, which we had to cut that conversation off.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the speaker already mentioned it, so.
Well, we can't talk about it. We're the council. We can't discuss that.
Okay, well, with that, then I make a motion, move to close.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Second, Mr. Driggs? Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Thanks. I mean, yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmera?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
And Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Thank you. That was item number 30. I am going to jump to item number 32, and then hopefully we can come back to item 31. So item 32 is petition 2021-108 by Encore Construction LLC, approximately 7.4 acres located west of Corniv Drive between Lauren K. Court and Coppola Drive. It's currently zoned R3 and R4 single-family residential. Proposed zoning is R6 single-family residential. Staff recommends approval of this petition. This is also a conventional zoning. So we do have one speaker in opposition. So after we have Kiana Davis and Sean Mayo, then Eric Thompson will have a chance to speak. Each of you have 10 minutes if you need it. Combine both sides. I'm sorry.
Thank you. We'll keep our presentation brief as well as this is another conventional petition. Current zoning is R3 and R4. They are proposed to rezone to conventional R6, which is another single-family residential district. The Brookshire I-485 interchange study does recommend up to 4 DUA. The slide doesn't reflect, but GDPs do support the request of going up to something that could result in a 6 dwelling unit per acre residential project. Of course, all uses in the R6 zoning district would be permitted should this rezoning be approved. It is consistent with the single-family land use recommendation, inconsistent with the original density, but supported by GDPs to go up to that R6 request. So again, staff does recommend approval. It's conventional, so all uses in R6 would be permitted. There are no outstanding issues because there's no conditional plan, so we'll take any questions following the petitioner's presentation as well as the public. Thank you.
Okay, and I just want to ask, is Mr. Eric Thompson here tonight? Oh, you're Mr. Thompson? Okay. And I guess you're Mr. Mayo.
I am.
Go ahead, please.
I'm just going to speak real quickly, and then the owner or the petitioner, Kiana Dixon's going to speak. She's virtual.
Okay.
And we did not necessarily anticipate an opposition speaker, but being a conventional zoning supported by the planning department, we don't have a site plan to present, as you know, for a conventional zoning. So I will hand it over to Ms. Dixon to have a few comments and take any questions after that if needed. All yours, Kiana.
Ms. Dixon? You can go ahead if... I think you're muted. Can we give Ms. Dixon audio?
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Now we can.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I'm Ms. Dixon. I represent Encore Construction. Again, like Mr. Mayo said, we're going from an R3, R4, currently in this area to an R6. GDP supports this. We did not anticipate opposition. However, the only thing that wasn't evaluated during the GDP was the road work. So I'll just kind of add that the reason for the rezoning is because of the improved road work that's going into this area. We have to extend Coppola Drive a whole U to accommodate the proposed single-family homes that we're going to continue in this area. It's already a neighborhood, so it's just extending the back of this neighborhood to finish out what was once a proposed layout. So,
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dixon. So now we have Mr. Eric Thompson, if you'd like to come down and speak.
Hello, everyone. I'm Eric Thompson. My grandmother, Teresa Thompson, lives right off Belhaven Boulevard by McClure Circle, and that's where she's close to the property. And herself and my whole family have three primary concerns with the area. Most notably, there's two environmental concerns. I think the first one my dad brought up is that a lot of that area ends up draining down in the end towards the Long Creek area, and there is some concern over whether silt or anything else will be going down into that area during heavy rainstorms. My personal concern, I actually went down through that area during a couple of jobs I had done there, and what I had noticed there was not too much forestry around there. If you've ever been through the Belhaven area, there's just not a lot of forest in general. And there's not even really too many trees on the sidewalk that provide shade for everybody. And my final concern there is the overall walkability of the area. I don't know who's all been to the Belhaven Boulevard area. It is the absolute opposite of walkable. Not really too many sidewalks there. The closest establishment I could really think of would be the shopping center, and that's about a 20-minute walk, to be honest with you. And then there's Calabridge Commons over that way, and that's probably 40 to 60 minutes. And if looking at the area right there, that's kind of an extension of a neighborhood right there, and my personal concern there is that's only going to exacerbate the lack of walkability, and with that, definitely add to traffic. And that's basically my opposition.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you both for putting up with us and waiting tonight. So
yes, ma'am, thank you too.
With that, if you, Mr. Mayo, as the petitioner, do you have a rebuttal? Do you want 2 minutes for rebuttal?
No, but
You don't have to have it, but it's, okay. I'm sorry, did you,
I said no, but I will take questions if needed. But
okay, we'll call on you if we have questions. Does anyone have any questions?
I'm sure. Motion to
Okay.
close?
Second.
Okay, all in favor of closing, Mr. Driggs, Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr.,
I have a question. My hand is raised.
oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Ajmira?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I have a question about the drainage issue that Mr. Thompson has raised. So so could that be addressed by the petitioner?
I'll take that on as the engineer for the project. We'll be constructing roads to public standards. There'll be stormwater control measures as required per ordinance. So, and an erosion control plan for during construction to handle all drainage. So all that will be addressed. There's no special conditions for this petition. It will all be addressed per usual construction in Charlotte and per the ordinance.
So it would be also, there would be a retention pond as well?
Yes, there will.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to close?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston? Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Thank you. That closes the public hearing.
Motion to suspend?
We have one more, and then we're going to go ahead with our very patient Mr. Brown and Ms. Linz. Thank you.
Throughout the whole book.
Okay, that would be item number, hang on one second, 31. Petition 2021-115 by Ram Realty Acquisitions 5 LLC. Approximately 8.7 acres located on both the north and south side of State Street at the intersection of Gesco Street, Council District 2, Mr. Graham's district. Currently zoned I-2 General Industrial. Proposed zoning is mixed-use development optional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and requested technical revisions related to site and building design.
Okay, thank you. 2021-115, zoned I-2 currently. Proposed zoning is for MUD optional, mixed-use development optional. Adopted future land uses from the Central District Plan. It does recommend industrial land uses for the site along State Street, Gesco. Obviously, a lot of that was from existing uses at the time. I've seen a lot of transition, adaptive reuse projects and others in this general area. The proposal for this rezoning would propose the development of up to 265 multifamily and or single-family attached residential units along with 7,500 square feet of commercial. Would maintain some conversion rights for residential to commercial at 1 unit to 1,000 square feet of commercial uses. We do request optional provisions for some streetscape flexibility to coordinate with CDOT along with Gesco Street. Also minimum sidewalks of 6 feet along all public streets. Another optional provision would allow parking and maneuvering between the building and the street as shown on the plan. Also commits to design standards, including specified building materials, screening of parking, building massing, and architectural features, and does commit to provide open space with amenities, which could include things like hardscape and softscape, pools, seating, landscaping, garden clubhouse, dog park, and or other amenities. Staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and technical revisions for site and building design. It's inconsistent with the Central District Plan, but it is consistent with GDP, which would recommend density over the 17 dwelling units per acre. So again, staff does recommend approval, and we'll be happy to take any questions you may have following Mr. Brown's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brown?
Happy to take questions. I would just say, I don't know if the district lines have changed. We certainly thought this was in City Council District 3. So sorry, Mr. Graham, that hadn't reached out earlier. Happy to take any questions you have.
Okay, does council have any questions?
I don't have any now, but I will. I mean, 265 units.
That's correct. In fact, I'll give you the presentation that if we could kind of rewind. And I don't know if the district line used to be there? I guess I shouldn't be asking you questions at a hearing, so.
We'll have a conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Phipps?
Yeah, there seems to be a conflict of who's the district representative for this petition. District 2 or District 3?
Well, I'm more concerned about the impact.
I'll be the district rep.
2 or 3. I mean, it's just the impact of the proximity of other things we talked about tonight and just what's happening in that general area specifically, right? Just a lot of impact that's occurring that we kind of knew what was happening, but we'll be more than happy to have
we'll follow up
conversation. I don't think this is the appropriate time to do it.
Okay.
A lot more detailed questions.
Okay, with that, can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
Yes.
Mr. Driggs, Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston? Ms. Hajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Thank you all very much. Now, Council, hang on just a second because I need to get a motion to open and continue the public hearings for the following rezoning petitions to the council business meeting on Monday, November 22nd, 2021. Item number 33, petition 2021-114. Item number 34, 2021-117. Item 35, 2021-121. Item 36, 2021-122. Item 37, 2021-123. Item 38, 2021-124. Item 39, 2021-126. Item 40, 2021-131. Item 41, 2021-132. Item 42, 2021-134. And item 43, 2021-095.
So moved. Second.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Sorry.
Yes?
Did you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Johnson?
I wanted to know, I know that what we used to do is move it to the business meeting, but since we're getting so many petitions, has it ever been considered to defer until the next month and maybe cap the number of petitions per month or per meeting that we're getting, so that we're not feeling frustrated, if anyone is feeling frustrated or rushed or rushed and not giving each petition the attention that it deserves. Can we cap these or talk about capping these maybe at 30 per night? And then maybe when we do have to defer it, because we still have 10 to discuss, and if there's an average of 6 or 7 speakers and council has questions, we might want to take a look at the format of our zoning meetings.
I have to just say, we used to be able to get through these faster, and I really feel like council has got to do some work ahead of time and talk to staff about these. Everybody can have opinions, that's absolutely valid, but we can say them in fewer words and we can resolve some of our issues with staff in advance. I feel like we are running into this problem because it feels like some of these have not been reviewed by council members in the past. So I think that's one way to address it. But, these are development issues that developers, for them, time is money. And to postpone them for a month or to the next zoning meeting, I just don't know that that's appropriate. We've got to keep these on for the next week. People have shown up. They're waiting around for these things. People have been here since 5 o'clock tonight. So I don't know that it's right to tell them that they're going to wait another month for that either. I just think the way that we resolve this is everybody really goes through these things, talks to staff. I don't know how many people were on the zoning lunch today. How many council members were on today, Dave, where they had the opportunity to ask questions.
We had Councilmember Phipps and Councilmember Winston join us today.
So we had 2 people on today at noon. I know everybody can't get on at noon.
Talk the most.
Well, but
This is a
we got
governance
to,
issue. I think this is a governance issue. We have,
Okay.
there's probably, staff will say there's probably more in the pipeline. Like, we do have to have a different way of doing things, but I don't think it means delaying. That might mean breaking up our week more so that we're working together more. It's easy to say people need to do more work when actually people are doing more work. I worked 2 jobs last night. I got to be to work at 5:30 in the morning. We have a problem here in the way we go about doing our business.
okay, well, let's get through this motion. I think we're
Yes.
halfway through the vote, and it's a worthy conversation. We can have the conversation. I'm not sure it's good to have it right now. I have to be somewhere early. My ride's sitting outside because I can't drive. So, it's a worthy conversation, but I think tonight we got to continue these for next week, and then it's a bigger conversation as to how we do it going forward.
Clarify, you can't drive because your foot's hurt.
Right. Why did?
Because you've been drinking.
That's why. No, I'm in a boot. I can't drive. That's why.
I was looking out for it. I was looking out for you.
Thank you. All right. I think we got through Mr. Eggleston for a vote. I'm a yes. Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston? Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
And Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Okay, now I need a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Mr. Driggs,
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Mr. Eggleston? Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
And Mr. Newton?
Yes. Good night, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Goodbye.